So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of this great conference on philosophies of transhumanism. So now I will give the floor to our moderator, and we'll start the first session of this conference. So enjoy this day. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me start the first session for today. The title of the session is Transhumanism, Relational Ethics, Environmental Concerns, and AI. Our first speaker for today is Professor Kojiro Honda. He is professor at Kanazawa Medical University. He began his academic career in polymer engineering before shifting to philosophy, where he studied phenomenology and philosophy of technology. Since 2011, he has been interested in ethical issues related to robotics and artificial intelligence, eventually making the ethical problems of transhumanism the central focus of his research. In 2019, the theme of the Pontifical Academy of Light's conference was Robot Ethics, where Honda gave a presentation granting Japanese robot culture in the theological theories of ancient Shinto. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to introduce me. I'm the only participant from East Asia in this conference. So I'd like to talk about the situation of Japan at first. And in this presentation, I'd like to elaborate the concept of human dignity. So can I?
Are you on the slides?
Yes. Yeah.
I think this is the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Wow, color is changed. Okay, no problem. So
Okay, technical.
Yes.
it's okay.
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't work.
It works normally. You cannot switch the
Okay. Here.
yeah
Okay. I see.
like a piano.
Like a piano. Okay. Thank you. So today's title is Can Human Dignity Be Updated? And today's index. At first, I'd like to talk about the situation of Japan and try to elaborate the concept of human dignity. We will find two kinds of dignity. Okay, let's start. So the Japanese government is planning and announcing new technologies to be realized by 2050. These are compiled into 10 goals. And I won't explain all 10 goals, but if you are interested in, please visit the Japanese government's website. And in these goals, the moonshot, they said this planning is the moonshot project, and they have 10 kind of moonshot goals. And the moonshot goal 1 is closely related to transhumanism. So moonshot goal 1 says that try to make the liberation from constraints of body and brain and space and time. And it aimed to overcome physical constraints and enhance brain and cognitive abilities and eliminate spatial constraints and reduce temporal constraints too. And this kind of objectives could be realized with 5 kinds of key technologies. 1, cybernetic avatar technology and brain-machine interface, and artificial intelligence and data-driven technologies, and augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality technology, and biotechnology, and wearable devices. The Moonshot project was devised by a select group of technocrats, scientists, and engineers in a closed setting, and it was not determined through democratic processes. So recently, philosophers, ethicists, and bioethicists in Japan have become aware of this plan and have started to offer critical examinations. To prevent a reckless move toward human modification, it is urgent to reconsider the concept of human dignity. And 3 years ago, one group was established. The group's name is a Dignity Studies Group, and I'm a member of that group. So many philosophers start to think about this kind of government's project. Okay. So chapter 1, what is human dignity? It can be said to be, it's an extremely Western and Hebraic concept. Let us revisit the Old Testament and the New Testament. Humans have value because we are made in the image of God. And humans have value because we were entrusted by God with dominion over the earth. And humans have value because we are worth the blood of Christ. But when religious authority was lost, what happened to human dignity? And Kant can be said to be a philosopher who secularized human dignity. Without using biblical terms, he defined human value, namely dignity, anew. And in Metaphysics of Morals, Kant said that from our ability to create roles within ourselves and the awe that the natural human feels for the moral human within their own personality, there arises a sense of elevation and supreme self-respect, the feeling of having intrinsic value. Humanity is above any price, possessing an inalienable dignity that instills self-respect. And in Critique of Practical Reasons, he established the duty-based ethics, and he said, act so that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in that of any other, always as an end and never merely as a means. Here, treating others as means using others solely for one's own purposes as tools, and treating others as ends. Means respecting others as being with dignity, honoring their reasons and freedom, and, where possible, making their desires part of one's own goals. And with his theory, he established 4 major duties: not committing suicide, not lying to others, and securing one's own happiness and being kind to others. So Kant prohibited not only treating others as tools, but also treating oneself as a tool. So why is suicide forbidden? Kant said, humanity itself possesses dignity because it must never be used merely as a means by others or oneself, but always as an end in itself. So destroying the moral subject in one's own personality is equivalent to eradicating the existence of morality itself in that subject. Thus, treating oneself as a mere means for any purpose deprives one's personality of the dignity of humanity. By the way, the concept of dignity has also come to be used in end-of-life care. When a patient does not wish to fall into a spaghetti syndrome and as a result desired to hasten their death, the concept of dignity is employed to actively fulfill that wish. And this usage differs from Kant. So there is the duality of dignity. Kant prohibited suicide, stating that treating oneself as a mere means for any purpose deprives one's personality of the dignity of humanity. On the other hand, terminally ill patient enduring only suffering desire dignified death or death with dignity. So here there is two kinds of dignity. Dignity one means the essential and universal value inherent in humans, and dignity two says that the freedom to means that the freedom to decide how to live and die according to one's own will. So the duality of the concept of dignity has given rise to two currents in the field of bioethics, and the European type and the American type. So Barcelona Declaration by the European Commission on Fundamental Ethics Principles in Bioethics and Biolaw proposes four ethical principles: autonomy and dignity and integrity and vulnerability. And they call this kind of style personhood-based bioethics. And American bioethics is based on dignity too. Belmont report emphasized three principles for research involving humans: respect for persons, beneficence, and justice, though these were not deprived from human dignity. And Oregon's Death with Dignity Act says that the dignity concept here effectively means nothing beyond the right to self-determination. This style is called individualistic bioethics. Chapter 2, the dignity one in transhumanism, transhumanist declaration. Okay, let us review the contents of transhumanism declaration. I'd like to focus on declaration at Article 7. Okay, so in these articles, we says that we advocate the well-being of all sentients, including humans, non-humans, animals, and any future artificial intellects, modified life forms, or other intelligence to which technological and scientific advance may give life. So this assertion of considering all sentient beings can be interpreted as attribute value to all sentient beings. So hearing this assertion, one cannot help but recall Peter Singer's argument in his discussion of animal rights. He stated the following. The concept of equality should be associated not with the ability to reason or speak, but with the capacity to suffer. So Kant defined our dignity as stemming from our capacity to create laws, and transhumanists appear to base dignity on capacity to sense. And would this not only prohibit animal experimentation, but also forbid the use of artificial intelligence robots as a tool? Chapter 3, come back to the declaration, and let's focus on Article 8. It said, we favor morphological freedom, the right to modify or enhance one's body and cognitive abilities or emotion. This freedom includes the right to use any techniques or technologies to extend life, perceive oneself through cryonics or uploading or choose future enhancements, as well as the right to refuse such modifications. So let's explore the roots of this assertion. John Locke, he said that a state of perfect freedom to regulate one's actions and dispose of one's possession and body as one sees fit, within the bounds of the law of nature. And John Stuart Mill talked about the right to foolishness and the harm principle. Harm principle means the only reason society can justly interfere with human actions is when they cause harm to others. So as long as no harm is caused to others, individuals should be allowed the freedom to learn through their own experiences, even if their actions are foolish. And classical transhumanist Sandberg said that if I want green skin, that's my own business. No one has the moral right to interfere, nor are they obligated to help me achieve it. As a negative light, morphological freedom means no one can possibly change us and in ways we don't want to prevent us from changing. This maximizes human autonomy. So, dignity to support the morphological freedom, you can understand that. Morphological freedom can be seen as an extended version of dignity too. So can human dignity be updated? Chapter 4. Now we have the two concepts, dignity 1 and dignity 2. And dignity 1 may evaluate transhumanism as follows. If body modification undermine essential human value, they should not be permitted. If integrity is prioritized, body modifications are unacceptable. And if reason is confined to the brain, modifications elsewhere might be permissible. And dignity to support the morphological freedoms. And in my position, transhumanists appear to prioritize dignity 2 while downplaying dignity 1. And transhumanism will not remain merely the folly of a few wealthy individuals. As long as it involves the recovery of invested money within the mechanism of capitalism, it inevitably becomes a social movement. So I'm concerned that the body modification may undermine essential human values. So Kant did not extensively address the relationship between the body and the reason, but modern philosophers have recognized the importance of the body. Let us consider what can be said about transhumanism from the discussion of 20th century phenomenologies.
Excuse me, Professor, we have to run 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay, life through the process of evolution has diversified into various forms and acquired functions. And transhumanists, with the support of technology, are attempting to undo us with even new bodies. The 20th century biologist von Uckerschur realized the evolutionary process of life is also the evolutionary process of its environmental world, Umwelt. And 20th century phenomenology was strongly influenced by this insight. So our world is made by our bodies. So if we have the transhuman body, the world could be changed. So the new world will be exactly the same as before. I think that could be result in world divide. And for cultural inheritance based, I think it's based on bodies. So we need the same world. So we should remember the Trinity logic. It is precisely because they share an essence that each persona is endowed with dignity. So concluding remarks, can the concept could be updated? For me, no. Technologies that modify the human body have the potential to cause a world divide, and perception underpins the common ground that supports our mutual understanding and cultural inheritance. And we should take care not to undermine it. I propose that human body modification technologies be restricted to therapeutic purpose only, and when used, employ minimally invasive methods whenever possible. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for the presentation, and now we have time for a question. Two questions.
So, thank you for that great presentation. Can secularize human dignity? I always doubt when I hear that, because it's in the end, it is humans in Kant, and not only humans, he doesn't have an anthropocentric perspective, it's who live in the world of causality as well as in the world of freedom. There's this double dualistic ontology. Animals only live in the realm of freedom, in the realm of causality. So there is an ontological pre-assumption which is not justified by empirical means, by any other means. So it only works within a Judeo-Christian, in a monotheistic framework. So I don't think it's actually a secularized version. And there are other reasons actually why that is the case, because it has foundations which cannot be justified from a secular basis. Secondly, there are many other points, but just the second point. In the end, sort of the therapeutic enhancement distinction. I could say, look, I'm ill. I don't have an intelligence of 500. I need to be cured, and if I have, if I IQ of 500, then I could make much better decisions for myself. That's a disease. Just being now, I don't know, an IQ of 100, whatever it is, So what is the criteria of you apply with respect to the therapy?
Okay. Criteria. Thank you. So the first question is the Kant's idea is not secularized. Maybe. Yeah, because I understand Kant's argument is really based on the Christianity culture. So I understand, but he never used the word God or Christ. So he tried best at that time. So So in fact, I don't have good vocabulary for secularizing experimentation for dignity now. Well, but the radical body modification could be destroy our relationship, and this argument could be the new kind of dignity idea. So I try to elaborate this concept, not yet, and so I try to. And the criterion is so difficult for me. In fact, in scientific world, there is no criterion to enhancement and therapy. And so I teach transhumanism for medical schools in Japan, and I teach them remember the Hippocrates, and you should not do harm to patients, and the criterion is health, maybe. So, and the mission of medical doctors is to how to say to remain the patients healthy, and but not more than healthy. But yeah, so I should elaborate the criteria, but I have no idea now. I'm sorry. So, but this is a very good question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have time for one brief question.
Thank you very much for your very inspiring presentation.
Thank you.
I have many questions, but I will focus on one.
Okay.
And it is regarding the moonshot goals you mentioned in the beginning. So my background is in Islamic philosophy, and in the Islamic world we have a similar project in Saudi Arabia. It's called Saudi Arabia Therapy, and basically it is trying to revive society 5.0 based on transhumanist principles, but without ever integrating transhumanist philosophy in the development of it, without even recognizing transhumanism as a philosophy. It is just recognized as we want to have technological improvements. Is it the same with the moonshot goals, or is transhumanism as a philosophy really reflected by the government as the ideological philosophy?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but the atmosphere in Japan is so how to say. Japan society is strongly controlled by the bureaucracy, and they made this kind of project, and they hate the critical discussions about their own plan. So philosophers and ethicists are not comfortable to talk about transhumanism in Japan. This is the fact. Not
So, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the discussion.
Thank you very much.
So you can put my presentation and I'll start introducing myself, because I believe in intrinsic value, not in outside acknowledgement. So if you see here, I'm simply Miss. I don't have titles. I don't use titles, degrees, and validation, accreditation, by the way. So this is part of the human dignity that I believe within the intrinsic value that I have It is not, I don't need the outside validation, right? Titles and acknowledgement which the outside world and the social pressure gives us.
După 3 ore de somn.
Comply to certain standards. So in terms of transhumanism, I came here, my first part of the presentation will be skipped because yesterday it was mostly covered by all the presenters in some way, the theories, and I'll go into the complex systems and trying to connect the natural system and artificial system, human created top-down control systems that we cannot get out of, and that's why our systems are not sustainable and resilient.
Which one is this?
The first one by date, the latest, it's the presentation on.
Click on the date
Okay,
modified, maybe.
date modified and number. So the first part gives all these definitions that I tried to comply to get into the conference and to understand, but then I believe that I'll be more useful creating this complex system frameworks with their structure and dynamics, which I've been developing for my career, starting from financial crisis, then to the economic system, social system, ecological, and sustainability. So seeing the end of capitalism, which many people don't believe, but I realized that we cannot create sustainability and resilience based on our limitations. And then we have, yes,
You want to
yeah, we go further. These things are all very,
Please use this.
yes, the previous thing, the previous one. Which one? The previous for complex systems.
This one.
Okay, complex systems. Okay, so why complex societies fail and we people repeat our mistakes time after time, how many failed civilizations in the same way of creating top-heavy systems, concentrating wealth and power on the top, diminishing the lower part, the supporting middle class, let's say, and the basis, the foundation of the pyramid. So we never learn our lessons from nature, where we need to create renewal from below, bottom up, self-organization. And one of the lessons from technology and artificial intelligence is that this top-down algorithm, program algorithm attempts for artificial intelligence for 40 years did not achieve artificial intelligence success. But when we get the evolutionary algorithms of self-organization from the bottom up, from the Santa Fe Institute, we have in economics, we call them agent-based models. In different areas, they call them differently. So we achieve self-organizing and the success of artificial intelligence, learning feedback loops and control from between the levels. I'll explain how complex systems works, which are bottom up. Can I have the laptop so I can see?
I'm not sure if I...
A little bit, okay. So the motivation started from free market neoliberal beliefs of still ascending capitalism, triumphalism, and disoriented illusion of permanency proclaimed by Francis Fukuyama, end of history. You remember the end of last century, but we need a methodological shift in research and also curriculum change at university. So I started looking into post-human management of Matthew Gladden, as I'm in a business school. AI and human coevolution is my latest project. Next. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so it is the evolution, kind of my path of socioeconomic system crisis research. There are patterns to be detected, and with machine learning nowadays is much easier. In social sciences, we have this blindness of Gaussian normal distribution linearity that don't give any results, but they have good forecasting abilities, right? On the other hand, we have the self-similarity and Pareto law, extreme events. So dynamics of the system, this is fractals from Mandelbrot for those who are interested in the mathematics. So then we go into chaos theory, complex systems of self-similar organizations at all levels. And we can extend this model to socioeconomic systems and their dynamics, again, with the hope that we can create resilience and sustainability in the systems by this bottom-up renewal, right? Renewal of innovations in the system. Next. Which one is this? Okay. So the neoliberalism was mentioned yesterday, and how we exhausted all expansionary sources of capitalism, profit sources of capitalism. So we finally get into this, maybe Varoufakis calls it the techno-feudalism, when we create value from data. Okay, capitalism is about value created from labor, and natural resources. Now we are going into data and information as the next source. Okay, so convincing that is the last crisis. It's structural, it's systemic crisis, and we could extend the life of this system if we restructure, if we create a more equitable system, which doesn't happen in our society. We control top-down hierarchy, the top being so greedy for power and money. We don't take the lessons from nature and complexity organization. So we have to change the system. Restructuring, resilience, and sustainability is obviously not possible when the system starts destabilizing by creating inequality and concentration of wealth and power on the top. It introduces more control instead of letting go and self-organization without control. But control is based, we'll see how control in social system is applied as opposed to natural system. So the structural crisis of capitalism, for those who don't believe that there is something better, but Marx didn't say what is next. It's going to be something else. It's always a system exhausts its resources and capabilities and adaptive capacity, and is replaced by something else. So the basic points of our time now that we can see all around in political realm also, pushed nation state and globalization and so forth. Next, this is for more for economists, political scientists. If you are interested to, as philosophers, you can go into that. So next. All right, so what is this natural complex system and what is control engineered system? First, we always think nature versus engineering. Yesterday, I was telling people that I don't believe in control engineered systems, and from the perspective of philosophy, if you go to Spengler, also Spengler, Man and Techniques, he said, men always try to create artificial systems with control and believe that they will master nature, but they always end in defeat, right? So sooner or later, this technology and interconnectedness with hierarchical cascading failure will disappear. So those, I pity those who rely on technology and do not develop their natural abilities. So complex is self-similar at all levels. It's not top-down control. You see termite nest. They don't have a leader, they don't have a blueprint. So they create this very intricate structure, which is very well, very stable, and also it's even climate controlled naturally. So the only thing in complexity nature does is exchanging information locally with the nearest neighbors. So termites and up to birds, they have this cooperative behavior of self-organization on a very simple rules. A flock of birds organizes, they don't have a leader. The bird up front is not a leader, it changes because it's very hard to be on the front. They have more cheerleaders at the back, which say go, go, go. And the only thing they do, they keep equidistance from each other, neighbors. So the way they self-organize and they go around obstacles is just looking at neighbors, exchanging information with neighbors and keeping equidistance. Yesterday I was explaining how we can create self-organizing systems. But top-down control institutions and organizations, they don't like us to exchange information between us, right? Confidentiality, blah, blah, blah. And the boss works with everyone else and we don't communicate, so we lose power. And engineered control system, this is Boeing. They are very different parts, which are control, don't have adaptive capacity, no tolerance, so they fail very fast. And similarly, our organizations with top-down control and leadership. It's so funny. Next, so funny is that, okay, here is the complex system, nonlinear interactions, similar units, very simple rules, following very simple rules, few controlling processes, preserve integrity, adapts to perturbations through self-organization, and have high adaptive capacity, which is sustainability, and complicated or engineered top-down systems are very fragile. Low tolerance, low adaptive capacity, fragile. Next. So this is the self-similarity, okay? And you can take any part itself similar to the other, like in the previous natural example of termite nest or the broccoli you saw. So in nature we have Pareto law dynamics that includes extreme events. And again, in natural science, we work with Gaussian distribution. If something is extreme, we just outlier. We don't look at that. But that's where we should look. That's why I started researching extreme events and crises and crashes that do not exist. The efficient market hypothesis, if you are familiar with this fantasy, always excludes. It's not possible. Markets are efficient. There could not be extreme events and crashes. But the interesting learning part is in these extremes. System under pressure can be researched better. It shows its characteristics and dynamics. So we learn more than if we look at the normality, the normal distribution at the middle, right? At quiet times, right? And then we have paradigm shift, which is a cliche next. So socioeconomic system might be organized like this, and if we don't control them from above and start from below with small innovations from below that are introduced, and if they are beneficial for the system, then they penetrate to the next level. If they are destabilizing, the next level weeds them out, and this keeps the integrity of the system. And so it goes up and only beneficial innovations percolate to the top. But in reality, in our socioeconomic organization and institutions, we have top-down control, and we are very. So this is the hierarchy and self-similarity, but and if it's properly allowed to function properly, if these employees have all the information between themselves, exchange and introduce innovation from below, we'll have much more sustainable and a kind of prospering economy, but we have top-down control. And we need leaders for some reason. And this is very strange how in nature, the switch up until birds, we have self-organization from below. They don't need leaders, and they're much more successful. While mammals, they need leaders. Next. So, okay, so the dynamics of a natural system and its adaptive cycle that we can research, and we have very difficult times introducing in socioeconomic systems because we always need leaders, and in political systems even. Yes, in political system, our example, if we kill the leader, we can make everybody kill each other. That's the one example, if you know how the Civil War started there, right? So we need leaders. And I don't believe in leadership. We teach leadership in business schools. We always, what is a democracy when we elect someone to be a leader and rely on them? So on the other hand, we kind of try to make up with the theory of distributed leadership, which is only a theory and doesn't work in practice. And then to Stefan's discussion yesterday with Stefan about blockchain. It's a distributed system. Everybody exchange information, has the full set of information with everybody else. But in our system, it's not allowed. For the control, we are kept separate individual, and they don't allow us to exchange information. That's why they put us in the virtual reality. You all believe that you have all the information, but no, you don't. You are more limited than if you use your natural abilities of intuition, and that's another one. So in the blockchain distributed networks, I had a lot of hope for that democratization, and I worked with that. And with the different levels, starting from distributed networks to the next level to distributed autonomous organization. That's what Buterin created, and which it failed. That's a good model, but the system doesn't allow it. Distributed autonomous organization. So we'll see what the blockchain will be used. So here you have to, maybe if you want to research some of the random, complex, and distributed systems. Distributed systems are very resource intensive because everybody should have all the information. If you remember how they are mining crypto, which is not blockchain, it's not equivalent. When they're mining crypto, it was very energy intensive because everybody had the full set of information. But then, it was not supposed in such network somebody to take control, but they took control. And that's the internet, the early stages of democratization. We thought nobody will take control of the system, then all the resources allow them to take control of the system, and it's not a self-organized distributed system anymore. Because, okay, so yesterday to someone I recommended this book, Michael Crichton, and here you have nanoparticles that self-organize. And this is the problems, this is the danger of artificial intelligence, because it can self-organize and we cannot. People, for some reason, they like leadership, they look up to a leader and want top-down control. But even nanoparticles can take over us with this ability to self-organize. And there are a lot of real research there in this book. from Santa Fe Institute. Next. So here is how, for those who still believe that it's possible to save capitalism, we have this executive pay that is very high. In 2020, even more wealth was sucked up, was moved to the top, disappearance of middle class, there is no support, and the system collapses. You remember Piketty's Capital of the 21st Century, it was 10 years ago, and the picture was dire about income inequality. We talk equality, inclusion, that's wishful thinking, but in reality, money is a way of control. It's not freedom, it's control. As Rothschild says, give me control of the money of the nation, and I don't care who makes the laws. Right? Okay, next.
We have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes.
So, 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay. So, here in the economic sociology and Jared Diamond collapse, if you put only on the top, on a cent pile, cents only on the top, at some point, it collapses. You should increase the foundations, right? You should create structure that has certain. In the next slide we have the mathematics, right, and self-similarity and interactions, that structural integrity is preserved, and adaptive dynamics that we could not introduce in our system, socioeconomic system, so we fail. Okay, I'm finishing. All right, the adaptive capacity of natural systems. Next. The behavior of complex systems. Next, not going to go into details. Complex system behavior, right? Complex, and the next, system identity and boundaries. That when we research, we zoom in into a smaller system or zoom out and get into the bigger system. That's what we do to get some kind of real picture of where the system is going. We cannot forecast. We can see only the direction and interfere at points of leverage, if possible, to lead the system to a stable basin of stability of dynamics. Next. So what we do next. And the dynamics, damping, this is all very technical. I want to go to what we do next into, okay, resilience. Next, some multi-level governance. Here something for philosophers that I like. Leonidas Donskis' moral blindness, if you know, the loss of sensitivity and liquid modernity. And here there are many points that many aspects that we can look at where we go wrong in creating resilient adaptive system. One is memory, and in memory we even intentionally erase, not we, but in the universities. One of the chapters is about captive universities, and Stefan, accreditation means nothing. So it's always the direction and the curriculum from above, things that they're very ideological, unfortunately. So, and if we have information and perspective from multiple sources, we can create complex system that is more sustainable and resilient and longer life. So, and here are the post-capitalism, what it's going to be, what are the lessons, what transhumanists are creating a world outside of us, virtual world. The source of wealth is created by data. While on the other hand, we talk about mysticism, yesterday, philosophical mysticism, where we can, from intrinsic value, from our consciousness, that these are the two different perspectives on consciousness. Do we create our reality? Do we create with our consciousness, Donald Hoffman? Or we go to quantum physics? If we say secular or theological, was that the question? I was dialectical materialist, sure enough, and medical doctor. So I believed in the matter, in the brain, and then the consciousness, but as a product of the brain. But now the ability to question and to change your perspective. Maybe the consciousness creates the matter. And my first wake-up call was when serious scientists like physics, quantum physics, said particle of God. And I was like, oh, God, religion, what are you talking about, right? But with quantum physics, with information never lost in the universe, even in black holes, we can use our abilities and extended consciousness to download information from nature, not from the computer, which is controlled, and the cell phones. So this ability, developing extended consciousness and all this frequency, energy, and vibrations, even medicine, Einstein, if you don't believe me, is about future of medicine is frequency. So then we talk about anti-aging, DNA repair. Why at DNA level? Is information at DNA level? There is lower level, subatomic level, particles that have different frequencies. If we read these frequencies, it's sound therapy or other types of wave frequency medicine. Yeah. So many ideas here. All right, that's it. That's my presentation. I wanted to touch on some of it.
Thank you for your presentation. We have time for one brief comment or question.
Thank you very much for your great talk. I think I missed one point in your presentation, or I didn't understand well, I guess. So it's just a clarification point that you may allude. You differentiated between complex systems and complicated systems. As I understand, it is complex systems equals nature, and that it integrates parts that allows them to adapt to changing circumstances and self-organize. Whereas complicated systems are engineered and don't have the capability. After that, we talked about AI, and I thought this distinction means AIs can never be considered sentient beings because of this distinction. But then you said AIs have the capability to self-organize, but humans not. So I'm confused at that point.
Okay, very good question. We are afraid of artificial intelligence taking control. In the development of AI, in the first 30 years, we are programming algorithms, controlling, okay, from above. But then the evolutionary algorithms of Santa Fe Institute and inside of other researchers turned around this, and from data, from pattern recognition and machine learning, they started building up a self-organized system that adapts. All right, so they're more like up to the birds. So the birds is very interesting example again. We have airplanes that collide head to head, and we have air controls, we have our engineered system. Two flocks of birds can go head to head and never any bird hits any other bird. And birds are many more in nature, and they don't collide, but they collide with an airplane, they collide into our buildings. So, yeah, artificial intelligence copies nature at that level. It's artificial again, but at this level, it's kind of threat for us. That's why it can take over, maybe, but still to be seen how it's going to work. Right? Did I answer your question?
Thank you very much. You provoked many more questions, but thank you.
Oh, yeah, but there are always more questions. We can talk after that there. Here is, we have more questions. We leave this place with more questions than answers. So that's the beauty of it.
Thank you for your presentation and thank you for discussion. And now it's time for our other speaker, Andrzej Nutasz, with a presentation titled From Organism to Environment, the Changing Role of Humans in Evolution. Andrzej is a research fellow at the Institute of Advanced Environmental Research belonging to the West University of Timisoara. His work engages with ethics, technology, and sustainability through an Euro-transhumanist lens. Nutasz has recently published his first book, Artificial Morality, an exploration of moral machines. Some other recently published papers of his are AI Solutionism as a Barrier to Sustainability Transformations in Research and Innovation with Gaia and Space Jam Ethics, with the Journal of Posthumanist Studies. In addition, Nutasz is the head organizer of the Transhumanist Summer Festival, which will take place in August 2026 in Timisoara, Romania. The festival will host a Transhumanist Summer School, a Transhumanist Summit, as well as various expos that aim to structure a vision of how humanity can develop a sane transhumanist future. The floor is yours.
Thank you. A bit of an update to the festival. We're probably going to do it a bit earlier, so instead of August, most likely June, July, but I'm going to keep people posted online on this info. No, I'm fine, thank you. So, getting to the topic at hand. In brief, I believe that we are becoming the environment for artificial intelligence. We become nature for the future that is emerging on a mechanical, technical basis of intelligence. This does not mean we disappear or whatever other catastrophic ideas. It's just that the dynamics of evolution is being modified a bit. And to get a grasp about this, I want you to think a bit of how many times you've interacted yesterday with AI. Just take a minute. So, has anybody checked their emails yesterday? Okay, that's AI. Has anybody checked Google Maps yesterday? That's AI. Any Google search? That's AI. Even if you have a smartwatch, that is AI. So we are not that aware how pervasive AI is in our environment at this point, because it has become so normalized that we lose sight of it. So what I want you to understand, though, is that the relationship with AI is different than the relationship with any other technology, because in each interaction, AI is not merely a tool. Every time you do something with it, you teach it stuff. Every click, every swipe, every pause, everything is part of an ongoing learning-based feedback loop that shapes the way the AI develops. So we are collectively, us billions of users are collectively developing this new intelligent whatever it may be. So my presentation today is around reframing the way we see our relationship with artificial intelligence. And it goes to the main point that if we look throughout history, humans have seen themselves as the pinnacle of evolution, created by God Almighty to rule the world and everything else. However, I think that we are now becoming not the pinnacle of evolution, but instead we are in evolutionary pressure for the development of a new form of intelligence. And this development is happening at speeds that are faster than what we know of biological timelines, and it's happening in real time, like we can see it from year to year. To grasp this transformation, I want, as I said again, to distinguish between normal tools and artificial intelligence. Traditional tools like hammers, calculators, even basic computers, they had a function. We would take them, utilize them to perform that function. There was some variability because any tool has multiple uses that maybe the design pre-programmed into them. Modern AI systems have crossed that threshold. So they meet three requirements that are necessary for evolution. One, they have variation. Two, selection. And three, hereditary processes are all exhibited by AI. So, variation. We have multiple algorithms with various parameters, with various architectures. Selection. Through human feedback, those that do not work get eliminated by the environment, which is us, from the world. And then heredity, as certain traits become more successful, they propagate, and variations then on the models are based on those traits that propagate and are preserved. Consider a streaming application. I don't know, the way the model evolves based on your behavior. So it will see, let's say you're watching a documentary and you watch it till then, and then you watch an action movie and you're bored 20 minutes into it. It will stop suggesting action movies because it wants to keep you there watching and start giving you more documentaries. But this is not, like, nobody pre-programmed that algorithm show that person documentaries. No, it has learned it through interacting with you. Beyond learning these systems exhibit agency. What is agency? Very short definition, has nothing to do with consciousness. You can be an agent without having consciousness. It's the ability to pursue a goal within operational parameters. What's operational parameters? This room can be an operational parameter. We're doing something within this room for whatever goal we decide that we want to follow. A content recommendation system does not merely respond to clicks. It experiments with what it shows you. It does a lot of A/B testing, and it does this A/B testing automatically, and you don't need a human that tells you this and that. No, it will show you A, then B, it will do, and it will switch slowly the more you click on one type of thing to showing you more of that. And it pursues this type of engagement goals through trial and error, through experimentation, by exploring its environment, which is the users. This represents a fundamental shift. We have created systems that modify themselves in response to their environment, and we are that environment. Like, this is the first. Until artificial intelligence, we have never created something like that. The only examples of similarly behaving entities have been biological organisms. Now, in biological evolution, environmental pressures determine which traits survive. In AI evolution, we are the environmental pressures that determine which traits survive. Humanity's role has shifted, and this is a crucial difference that is happening at scale in real time, with every interaction providing this evolutionary pressure. Explicit feedback, it can be ratings, it can be you're correcting something that the AI did, it can be you're reporting something that the AI showed you, and based on that, it will modify itself. Implicit feedback operates continuously. You don't need to click or to do whatever. It can be you lingering a bit. It can be you hovering over something. It can be you sharing something that the AI has done. So it's not direct feedback to the AI, but it's implicit feedback based on the way you interact with whatever the AI gives you within the wider environment. So all these behaviors are rich in selective pressures. Modern reinforcement learning systems have even more sophisticated approaches. Like the most used approach right now with large language models is human-in-the-loop reinforcement learning, like reinforcement learning to human feedback. So humans see outputs and they say which ones they like on that topic. And based on that, we do training. This training for now is mostly done in batches. What is a batch? You have files and examples that were evaluated, and then that trains the AI. But recently, MIT showed that large language models can do self-learning. And what self-learning is? Continuous reinforcement learning with every click, with every edit. So this is insane for what it can mean for the evolution of large language models and for the personalization of them. But that's a problem also of computing power that needs to be addressed, and energy and resources, etc. So we have a natural limitation there. Now, unlike biological revolution that relies just on random mutations, AI is a combination of real design, right, and emergent variations. So, what is real design? We have AI architects who will play around with various structures of the system. And then we have emergent variations which are self-adapted based on what the AI interacts with in the world. So these patterns, I would say they are, the way AI works is more Lamarckian than Darwinian in a way. And why more Lamarckian? So for example, let's say ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a transformer system. Gemini is a transformer system. They have the same architecture. There is no fundamental mutation that has taken place in, let's say, the protein encoding, to make a structural metaphor of the system. However, the mutations take place in epigenetic markers. So hence Lamarckian, not Darwinian. These are learned improvements that are transferred from generation to generation. And successful strategies will propagate throughout the system. So, now, AI does not evolve in a vacuum. So when I say earlier the environment, if we look at biological evolutions, there's always feedback loops. So it is wrong to say that it's only the environment that pressures the being. It is the being that also pressures the environment. Environment and any being within the environment are in a co-evolutionary process. So there are a few ways in which we can think about coevolution, and that is, first of all, we need to acknowledge that coevolution has a sort of symbiotic element to it, and then we can have two types of symbiosis, mutually beneficial symbiosis or parasitic symbiosis. Now, mutually beneficial symbiosis is, you have an AI teacher, it figures out, where you're really bad at. It figures out your patterns of learning, and it will help you learn better. And then we have parasitic symbiosis: Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Netflix, Amazon, all these things that we use like crazy. And even worse, seemingly, based on Yelkman and Charlotte, and so they wrote in 2025 Nature that basically our smartphones, this is Brooke, I was making a mistake now. So Brooke 2024 wrote that our smartphones, he's an evolutionary biologist, they are one of the most parasitic forms of technology we have developed to date. They take our attention, they take our mental health, and they give very little in return to that. You could have many other device shapes that would not have that big of a negative impact on humans. Okay, so I will, due to the lack of time, I'm not gonna go too much in a few things. Just let me think. 1 second. Okay, so when we are now aware that we are in this sort of co-evolutionary process with artificial intelligence. We tell it stuff and it narrows down our worldview as we develop its method of it narrowing down our worldview. Now, due to the fact that we are intelligent beings ourselves, we can do something that nature could not do with us due to its lack of willful intent. We can actually direct the direction with will and with thought of AI's evolution so that it is rather beneficial to us than parasitic to us. These are, of course, also questions of economic interests, of power. Like right now, most income from AI is derived from parasitic methods of utilizing AI, and we are thinking about using it to bomb people. So, like, I think we have a bit of a stupidity problem going on in the way we are dealing with our role as designers of this new intelligent form. Is AI alive? Does it even matter? Let's go to that point. Does it even matter if it's alive, if it is agentic, if it is smart? It doesn't have to be smart the way we are smart, but it does have methods that can be considered intelligent. And showing it that it cannot solve a puzzle or that it cannot do A or B, a 3-year-old cannot solve probably a puzzle. Is the 3-year-old not intelligent? Is it not an agent? Or like, there are certain criteria that we put when we evaluate the system that are just utterly stupid, and they come from a frustration that we are not on top of the world anymore. We're not that exceptional anymore. We're trying to sort of linger on to this position of human exceptionalism. So, I'm going to conclude now. Our role as in this co-evolutionary process begins in the way we interact on a daily basis with AI. Having arrived at this realization that humanity has entered a new phase where we are simultaneously the product of evolution and the environment driving future evolution, our responsibilities have been modified. This transition rivals any evolutionary history. Like multicellular life emerging or the nervous systems being developed, AI represents a new chapter in the story of intelligence on Earth. And maybe even beyond, depending on the rate at which we self-destruct. So, our role as evolutionary environment carries immense responsibilities. Selection pressures we create through collective choices determine whether AI evolves as a partner, as a parasite, as a tool, or as a successor, as a benefit, or a threat. Unlike natural selection's blind process, we can anticipate and we can reduce the consequences of our action to a certain degree, limited, but what we were also talking about with various system theory dynamics, at which point there is not sufficient information to model and chaos steps in. So, by understanding our dual role in crafting the evolutionary pressures for artificial intelligence and crafting the way artificial intelligence will influence our further development, we need to collectively decide on what we actually want to value. So I think that this has implications for economics, for geopolitics, for international relationships, for policies across the board. And our choices are not just about shaping, one single product on a device, but it's about shaping the way we as humans will evolve also in the future through the evolutionary pressure that this technology will create based on our feedback. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we have time for questions and comments.
Presentation, you obviously know the co-evolutionary pattern mentioned Margolis, symbiotic and parasitic. Another aspect of it that we mentioned in the end, I want to give you a suggestion. In the dynamics, there are individualistic and collectivistic behavior. So in the individualistic, yesterday we mentioned it, there is a competition, while in the collectivistic there is a cooperation. We cannot have too much of one. Capitalism is in these problems because it's too much individualistic, inequality, and so forth. While so-called socialism, because of the collectivistic and equal thing and so forth, there was the free rider problem and running to the bottom, so they lost. So in the complex systems, I also believe that we have to have this balance between the two, right? One and the other, and something to keep the balance about it. And similarly, that's the symbiotic and parasitic also should be in balance. And for the co-evolutionary pattern, again, we need the information to be freely distributed. And in socioeconomic systems, we have the control, and the control is imposed on us by this division and not distributing information. So in the artificial intelligence also in the development, you said collective decision, but we don't know where they are with the development. There is huge disparity in the development. So these are very good points and a lot of work, whether as anything. Thank you very much.
We are in the midst of, I agree with your point from before that we're in the midst of capitalist collapse. At least capitalism as it was. Whether capitalism will again revert to its trait of absorbing the thing that is about to destroy it, we don't know, we will see. For now, it has been very successful in doing that since its inception. And I also agree with Varoufakis, the idea that we're basically in a feudal capitalistic form where those that own technology have material control over the world, and it is very skewed. And they can wield incredible political power and so on. So yes, when we're talking about collective development, we are far away from that right now. But given the patterns of learning, there are some things that we can do as users, the direction of manipulating the way, by understanding the way learning is being done by the systems, we can manipulate the direction in which the systems are evolving. So I think that's more or less it. And on the balance between individual and collective, it goes also to the data information. Like right now, as long as networks of power, economic, political, and so on, is still heavily analog based, there is a limit of processing what sort of interactions are happening in a direction which power is getting skewed until you see power emerging within a center. If you have a more digitalized system, this brings different problems about who controls the system and who has the military power cap and whatever is being observed there. You can anticipate these construction of nodes of power and redistribute the network intelligently. But we would want it not to be done in the way it's done with China's social rating system that is used as a top-down approach to keep the system in power.
Okay, thank you. We have one more question.
Thank you for your thought-provoking lecture as ever. And I think I want to ask just one question, and I think it sits in the center of your thought. You said you don't need consciousness for agency.
Yes.
Now, my question would you need freedom for agency? And how would you argue that? What is the basis of freedom? Is freedom possible without consciousness? Because I would suggest, going back to your distinction of complex and complicated, I would look at freedom in complex systems, not in complicated systems. But if you say you only need an operating system of consciousness for agency to emerge, I only can think of agency with freedom and cannot look at freedom within OS. Can you explain that?
So, I am a compatibilist. We are in a natural environment. Determinism exists, but it's not a hard determinism from my perspective. What does this mean? It's not that having all the data right now, I can predict without failure what will happen in the next one. I cannot do that. Like, I think no matter how much computing power one will have, that this will not be achievable. So, if that is not achievable, the point in which I fall is that agency is the capacity to select from possible actions within a given moment. I don't know exactly more how all these processes are happening. I don't think we have the necessary epistemic background to really come to a final conclusion on this. But I think that, well, can you have agency without consciousness? Is it consciousness that makes the choice? No, I don't. I can tell you what my experience of consciousness is. I have no proof that you are conscious, as you do not have proof that I am conscious. So I could be a zombie right now talking to you to the best of your awareness and to the best of the awareness that you can have with any sort of device right now. So consciousness might even be a wrong terminology that we're utilizing due to lack of knowledge right now. It is something that most would say that they're experiencing in the form of water, but we're throughout time we've experienced many things that turned out to be maybe 3 things or 4 things instead of just one thing. So I am intentionally trying to put consciousness aside because I think at this moment it more clouds our vision, like utilizing it in our framework of thinking, and it enables us to view clearly just because of how blurry the term is. And just because depending from where you come from a mystic perspective, you come from a cognitive scientist perspective, you come from a legal perspective, they all utilize consciousness in very different ways. So I'm like, let's look at this. First of all, can we engage with this without requiring this very complicated thing that we call consciousness? If that is sufficient, that's great. If not, then maybe looking at the limit of where we can get without what consciousness.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for discussion. And now it's time to move to the last presentation for this session. Ninho Val Flores Pacol with the presentation The Extinction and the Moral Cognitive Enhancement Paradox. He is a professional social science teacher and researcher. Is a faculty member and the head of the Research and Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office and Research and Creative Works Office of Eastern Visayas State University. Before joining the university, he led the Office for Research and Development and served as a full-time faculty member at the Urawen Community College. His research and academic interests focus on a wide range of topics, including biomedical and technological ethics, sustainability and health, climate change, education, and politics. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Hello, am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm from the Philippines. I'm still processing my presentation. Okay, I think my presentation still processing my presentation. Can you see it now? I hope you can see again. Good afternoon from the Philippines. I am Ninival Flores Pacaol of Eastern Visayas State University. I'm happy to share with you my paper titled "This the Extinction and the Moral Cognitive Enhancement Paradox." So the human capacity to cause human harm and casualties continue to grow in the 21st century, and it is actually recorded even over the past 500 years. Our technological and cognitive powers expand, so too does the risk of their misuse. This risk is reinforced by the worsening resource scarcity driven by climate change, caused by the anthropogenic causes or factors, and environmental exploitation. The threat of a major catastrophe is more pressing now than ever before. In such a climate, we are called to seriously consider moral and cognitive enhancement, not, not as a distant options, but as urgent interventions. To secure the future, some bioethicists or even some transhumanists actually called for moral enhancement, such as bioenhancement. They believe that it is necessary to address deeply ingrained human partiality. This must include cognitive enhancement as well, which sharpens our ability to anticipate the effects of our actions. For example, the image of gears flowing from a pill into a human head captures this notion well. It symbolizes the deliberate effort to improve ourselves, not just morally or cognitively, but both. Taken together, these enhancements are not just rational, they're increasingly necessary. But there are some reservations. For example, according to Savalisco and Person, in their critical objection, moral enhancement may not yet be safe or effective. They argue that without reliable moral safeguards, cognitive enhancements could amplify wrong tendencies. The more powerful our cognitive tools become, the more dangerous their misuse if not tempered by equally advanced moral faculties. Thus, they suggest that moral enhancement should come first, and if it is not ready, cognitive enhancement should wait, should stand by. So they have actually some reservations or some sort of prioritization. They don't in the writings. Savolisco did he did not actually consider or made some reservations about the combination of the two. But of course, in one of the recent writings, they also tend to sort of prioritize now the two kind of enhancement. But in their previous writings over the last 10 years, they tend to separate the two. Now, in this view of Sabolisco is not without its own problems. As Harris points out, delaying cognitive enhancement could also delay life-saving innovation, for example, in medical care and other healthcare delivery sectors. Sorry. Worse still, it could block the development of moral enhancement itself, since moral enhancement may require advanced cognitive tools to design, test, and refine. This reveals a deep tension between timing and interdependence. One form of enhancement cannot progress easily without the other. But there are some authors, such as Gordon Aragonese, who proposed some alternative. They propose that cognitively enhanced researchers should lead the design of moral enhancement technologies. Meanwhile, ordinary individuals who seek cognitive enhancement must first undergo moral enhancement. This approach attempts to integrate both forms of enhancement responsibly, avoiding the risks of unilateral development while ensuring both tracks move forward. So, in the context of the extinction, which is the primary focus of my paper, in What We Owe the Future, William McCaskill reminds us that the extinction, while technologically promising, does not resurrect the exact species. What we bring back are hybrids, not originals. Moreover, the same forces that led to extinction, such as climate crisis, habitat loss, and exploitation, will still be present. Without serious moral reflection, we risk repeating history. In this sense, enhancement, particularly moral enhancement, is not only relevant but necessary for those who will the extinction technologies. However, I would like also to clarify that I am not also giving up on the problem of of the ontological similarity or identity. But of course, when we talk about this issue, we have also to consider whether or not how are we going to consider or interact with this or treat these new emerging beings amidst the rise of emerging biotechnologies. So considering this, at the center of this problem is what I call the moral cognitive enhancement paradox. If our moral faculties or current moral faculties is inadequate, as the case for MC assumes, then we are relying on morally flawed agents to decide to pursue moral cognitive enhancement in the first place. This creates a circular lock-in problem, and the paradox even become more pronounced when viewed through a long-termist lens. Premature enhancement risks institutionalizing flawed moral principles, while delaying it may prolong ethical failures uh, and avoid actually the possible progress. For example, without enhancement, we may also tend to compromise further. We might actually compromise further the well-being of the extinct animals, such as the direwolf, which is considered to be at least the the first example of the extinct species in at least over the past 2 years. Now, one way at least to resolve the problem or the paradox, and I'm not saying here it's that my answer is actually quite airtight and it is quite open to discourse and interpolation. But one way to resolve the problem of the paradox is to rethink what morality is. Morality is not a solitary function of the human brain or reduced to neural circuits. Rather, it is relational enterprise or activity shaped through interactions with others, both human and non-human. So according to Dr. Brian Earp, judgments of whether an action is morally right or wrong depend on who is involved and the nature of their relationship. Dr. Brian Earp actually designed or identified four cooperative functions in his relational moral psychology. First is care, where one provides for another's welfare without expecting return. Second is transaction, involving reciprocal benefit over time. Third is mating, which ensures reproductive survival. Fourth is hierarchy, coordinating behavior among those with unequal authority. According to Brian Earp, these four functions are not the only cooperative functions that humans use to solve common coordination problems. The cooperative functions in the model are likely to be among the most important functions for resolving recurrent two-party coordination problems across a wide range of human culture. So the point here is that the four functions are not the only cooperative functions, but more or less the common and the dominant cooperative functions across all of human cultures. So the question here is actually, can humans and the extinct animals qualify for dyadic relationship? And I will argue yes, referencing Mead's relational or African relational ethics. According to Mead's, a being has a greater moral status the more it is capable of communing as a subject or of us communing with it as an object. According to Mitz, we must refrain from using animals or we must not compromise the well-being and welfare of animals for trivial interests. One example of Mitz is actually the use of animals for our um, means of survival, because according to him, if we have still have some other means for us to survive, such as plant-based, then therefore we must have a good justification as to the exploitation of these animals. So going back to the four cooperative functions, we can see that the most applicable in terms of humans and the extinct animal relationship are care and hierarchy. So the two become especially relevant. This help guide how we treat or consider the well-being of the extinct animals, acknowledging both their vulnerability and our power over them. Now, our obligation towards the extinct animals stems from the fact that that I did mention a while ago, that since MITS rejects the exploitation of non-human animals for trivial interests, MCA could help determine whether the extinction genuinely serves animal well-being or merely advances human ends. So if climate change and biodiversity loss are primary motivations for the extinction, then enhancing moral cognition should take precedence to prevent the reinforcement of biased anthropocentric reasoning. In other words, we can actually first use this kind of ethics relationality to observe, at the same time assess whether through our interactions and relationship with animals or the extinct animals, we are more like treating them not as a means or ends, but ends of themselves, to be more precise, or at least to some extent we are not using them for our trivial interests. Then if we have a good reasons that we will likely use them for our interests, then we should also take actually MCE over rather halt or stop first the continuation or the continuity of the extinction, because through enhancement of our moral and cognitive faculty, we can more or less properly think and decide whether or not in the long-term future we will still be using the extinct animals for our trivial interests. So in this case, MC acts as a safeguard by steering the extinction initiatives toward ethically grounded relational responsibilities rather than reducing them to instrument of utility. Now, some of you might actually ask why I use MIT's relational ethics over other relational moral theories. Of course, there are many rich traditions of relational ethics, such as care ethics in feminist philosophy, Confucian role-based ethics, and even Levinas' responsibility to the other, and even indigenous ecological worldviews. For example, in the case in the Philippines, we have the notion of kapwa. But I choose MIT's African relational ethics because it offers a clear, structured, and more or less an inclusive explanation or account of moral status that directly, not only indirectly, but directly address the moral responsibility of humans, something many other traditions either overlook or approach indirectly. So MITS defines morality as grounded in the capacity for communion, either by being a subject who can relate or an object with whom we can relate meaningfully. So even animals, the extinct animals, cannot relate with us with some sort of intention. We can still, as humans who created them or who have resurrected or they extinct them, or bring back them through biotechnologies. This is especially helpful in thinking about the extinct animals who may not be able to reciprocate but can still be part of our moral relationships. Its framework is also normatively strong and also at the same time practical, and making it ideal for bioethical discussions like this. And also, there are some flawed kind of aspects of other dominant Western moral theories, for example, utilitarian, biocentrism, and Kantian and utilitarian, because let's say, for example, the Kantian ethics, it resolves to ascribe any moral status to the extinct animals as they lack rationality and autonomy. Utilitarianism, by contrast, grasps their moral status based on their capacity for suffering and preference satisfaction. Yet it fails to justify why humans should hold a higher moral standing or why dignity should be uniquely attributed to them. Similarly, both biocentrism and the subject of a life standard encounter challenges in addressing moral conflicts by affirming the equal intrinsic value of human and animal life. These views hardly justify why human interests should proceed first over animals in cases of moral conflicts. So, again, going back to the question in resolving the paradox, we should at least first try or at least assess first on how we usually relate with these animals, not just as a matter of autonomy or reasoning, not just a form of suffering, but on how we relate them. Then, if we actually, based on our initial judgment, we actually observe and see and witness that we have a very long history of bad treatment of these animals or with these the extinct animals in the short distant future, then we have a good reason to proceed to the moral cognitive enhancement, so as to help us further when thinking and deciding whether or not to proceed to continue our the extinction project. So I believe that moral cognitive enhancement must be a mandatory prerequisite for any de-extinction project. Yet with efforts like the resurrection of the direwolf already underway, we must have, or at least we have strong reasons to question or reject such science or pursuits if they lack non-anthropocentric justifications. If the well-being of the revived species is not clearly prioritized and motives differ among proponents, which is actually the case, for example, for those who are pursuing the extinction in America and Europe, it may be more ethical to let extinct species remain gone. So that's for my presentation. Thank you very much, and I welcome some questions. And if permitted, I would like to have the questions in the private chat because I can't actually clearly hear the questions from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we have time for questions or comments.
Can you hear me? Could you please can you hear me? Very good, thanks for that. I'm always surprised when I hear obligations concerning animals. Animals, there's a difference if we've got a mosquito, we've got an elephant, a horse, or a cat. How is it taken into consideration? And even to undo or like to extinct some animals. Wouldn't it be actually, how would you do, I mean, there's sort of that question concerning the Anopheles mosquitoes. The Anopheles mosquitoes that transfers malaria. You know, it's killing 500,000 to 600,000 people, humans, every year. It's infecting between 30 and 200 million people every year. It's causing a lot of harm. And to humans, not only to humans. And we've already realized, scientists have already realized genetically modified mosquitoes in laboratories, and these mosquitoes can no longer transfer malaria. You know, in a way, if that there's a technology by means of gene drives, how that could be applied to mosquitoes in the outside of laboratories. But that would mean in the end the death of this species of Anopheles mosquitoes. Completely new species would come about. But it would also lead to we would stop 500,000 to 600,000 humans from dying and like 30 and 200 million humans from suffering immensely every year. Wouldn't that, in that case, maybe an extinction of Anopheles mosquitoes would really make some sense? How would you deal with that issue?
Yes, thank you for the question, but may I request kind of a summary of the question because I did not actually fully capture the whole question because of some internet problem or connectivity.
Can you hear me sufficiently well? Maybe I need the other.
Not actually, not really. Can you just please type? Thank you.
Now that might be better with this one, no? Maybe it's not. It's better? Okay. So I was wondering too, like the extinction, maybe in certain circumstances, extinction might actually be the best thing. We can use technologies, we have already developed technologies, we've developed technologically modified Anopheles mosquitoes in labs such that they don't transfer malaria. Malaria kills 500,000 to 600,000 humans every year, and like between 30 and 200 million, it's unclear, get infected and they suffer enormously as a consequence of malaria. And there is a possibility to use CRISPR plus gene drives on mosquitoes in the life world outside of laboratories, such that such that the Anopheles mosquitoes get extinct and a new revised version comes about. And it would be a new species, but it would lead to the extinction of the Anopheles mosquitoes. But at the end, it would also imply that, like, 500,000 to 600,000 fewer humans would die every year. And, that's a significant number. Don't you think there's a difference between, moral relevance also between, let's say, a human, a cat, a dolphin, and an Anopheles mosquito? How do you accommodate that? You just talk of animals, but they're different types of animals. And a cat is very different from an Anopheles mosquito. And in that case, wouldn't you even say maybe extinction is the best thing which could happen?
Yes, I get it. Maybe actually my paper is quite related to my major project, which is about the moral status of the extinct animals. And I'm not saying actually, I'm not defending even the idea of the extinction, the extinction project. But the rationale of my another project, rethinking the moral status of the extinct animal, is because whether or not we are debating in academe the pro and anti the extinction arguments, we cannot actually more or less prohibit those scientists who are working with this on this technology. We cannot prevent them because of the decentralized nature of or jurisdictions over this project. So regardless of our positions in the academe, it's still more or less be more reasonable to think about the status. And of course, there are some reasons also, as I did mention in my last slide, that maybe we should just let the extinction and do not just revive if we have still anthropocentric reasoning, given the facts that humans and other animals are still existing animals are also suffering from different forms of unnecessary suffering right now. But of course, just like the direwolf and other possible the extinct animals in the short distant future, we still have to grapple and prepare and more or less have a theoretical grounding on how can we better protect or defend the status of these the extinct animals. Of course, there are a lot also of problems, and I talked to at least one of my acquaintance who happen to have a good communication or discussion with those European scholar who also supported the direwolf resurrection or the extinction, and is not also convinced of the extinction project. So in this case, whether or not we are against, if the science is ongoing, then we still have to, for or less, have an advance or discuss the possible questions, small questions surrounding the extinction project. But of course, given the effects of the climate crisis and the exploitation of resources, we have also reasonable grounds also more or less to be skeptical and even totally reject the extinction if it will also lead to another form of re-extinction of their species or of their actually of their lives.
Thank you. We still have time for one more question or comment. If there are no more questions or comments, I think we may finish this part. So thank you for your presentation and for the discussion. And this was the last presentation in this session, so now it's time for coffee break.
So we are back. Hi, Evie.
Hello, Aura.
So I'm giving the floor to the moderator to introduce you. And can you please share your PowerPoint in the meantime?
Yes, I'm doing it immediately. Please.
May I help?
I'm just looking. I have a PowerPoint on the surface, but maybe. One moment, please.
So on present, then slides and PDFs, and then on your computer.
Yes, this is it. It is being uploaded. I think it will appear in a while.
Yes, because I can't see the PDF uploading.
I can see it is processing. Maybe because the images are big, it's there. Yes.
Yes.
Hey.
Can you? So you can see? Can you see your slides?
Yes, I can see my slides, and I'll be able to go to next to them. Yes.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Okay, so welcome to the second
Right.
session.
I'm putting it on full screen on my computer too.
Okay.
So
Thank
whenever
you.
you are, I'm ready.
We will begin with Eddie Champanicu and the topic the arts in the context of Euro transhumanism.
No, close the door.
Eddie Champanicu is a professor of visual arts, visual culture and art history at the Department of Cultural Technology and Communication at the University of Cluj. Her research interest focuses on art theory and philosophy, photography, media art, comics and graphic novels, and cultural math. She's a founding member of the Beyond Humanism conference series and has for years actively been participating in international events, workshops, and research activities related to humanism. Eddie, you have the stage.
Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. It's still morning for most of us. I'm quite happy to be with you. I've been watching since yesterday. Although I wanted to be there, it was a bit not very easy this year, but I'm sure that it will soon be a series that will go on, and the next time I hope I'm able to be there with you. And I'd like to congratulate Aura Schussler and her department and her team for all this perfect organization. My topic today is related to the arts in the context of Euro-transhumanism. Excuse me, there is a sound, the background sound, I don't know why. Okay.
The sound is fine here.
No, I mean, I get, okay, it must be my point. Okay. Yes, can you still hear me? Well, my topic is the arts in the context of Euro-transhumanism, and I intend to discuss about how Euro-transhumanism is expressed in artworks, and especially after the appearance of some new theories. After postmodernism, there is a new generation of artists that develop the ideas of posthumanism in contemporary media and audiovisual arts as an ideological expression of a contemporary political, I would say, theory rather than sociocultural. Their ideological position of the artists and their artworks is mainly by the side nearer critical posthumanism and metahumanism, as Stefan Sorgner, who is the keynote and there with you, has stressed in Philosophy of Posthuman Art. And actually this paper is about how Euro-transhumanism is conceived during his birth in art especially. So, Euro-transhumanism is a recent philosophical path within the whole range of theories related to the post-human, created by Stefan Sorgner, who has so far furtherly developed and shared in unofficial text, social media, and thanks for letting me share here, Stefan, its basic principles, aphorisms, and ontologies. It is a philosophical approach to transhumanism that actually emphasizes the European link with the intellectual and cultural tradition through art, through literature, philosophy, and music, and mainly opposed to basic ideas of classical transhumanism. Why now? Why the appearance of new area now? Because it is a rather dystopic period of awkward politics based on oppressive regimes, nationalisms of several types, ethnic cleansing on several regions, wars, and various fundamentalisms. A period of social discomfort, unemployment, poverty, suspension of human rights and citizenship, leading humanity back to the Middle Ages. And it sounds awkward because it's completely different than what was promised to humankind just 1 or 2 generations ago. A future of wise comfort, of safety, of equality, of relax through technological evolution. It turned out to be a selective dream for the few, as technology is more and more getting in the service of the extremely wealthy of this planet, and is used as mainly as surveillance over the lives of billions of human and post-human beings, and destroys the natural resources. So it's a path of thought rooted in some, it is related to some, because fortunately not all transhumanism is the same, as we know, of the basic topics of transhumanism. Does the description I just did remind us of a series of science fiction books, movies, and comics or graphic novels? Of course it does. All forms of literature and artistic creation had kind of predicted, warned rather, the results of technological advance in a world of less democracy, less ethics, less ecology, and bioethics mainly. During all this period, let's say from, because I'm discussing what happens after the end of postmodernism, that is actually 2008 to 10, several art forms have expressed the agony and denial of the present state of human condition. And this is where I'm focusing on. The special reason for presenting lies in the fact of their subversive accordance and communication with Stefan Zorgen's principles of Euro-transhumanism, not because the artists follow the same path, but in a rather underground way, due to the spirit of our times and the subversive nature of the arts. It's always there. We must not, on the other hand, forget that Euro-transhumanism is formed after Zorgner's close encounter with the arts and philosophy of post-human art. It is exactly this accordance that will be discussed now in the paper, mainly focusing on Stellark and Eduardo Caccio. Let's start by Stellark. Of course, I'm not here to read about Stellark's biography, because he is so well known that you do not need something like that. But as we know, he adopted his artistic name in 1972, and his early stages engaged with the possibilities of enhancing human body. He now combines robotic science and new technologies and media with performances. He is strongly concerned with expanding the capabilities of the human body, and most of his works combine robotics and new technologies with actions in which an enhanced body participates. He considers the natural human body obsolete and proposes technological interventions and genetic enhancements in order to gain a broader understanding on what it means to be human. Some of the well-known projects done by Stellark, I believe the most famous is the extra ear, but the third hand is also well known in several occasions shown all over the world. This is a 1997 workshop done by Stellark in Ars Electronica Festival, the Parasite, event for invaded and involuntary body. And this is where I would very much like to compare what Stellark does and believes to the new unpublished work by Stefan Lorenz Zorgner that puts new bases on what is so far Euro-transhumanism. I'm using some of the phrases from the part of epistemology, ethics, and the aphorisms. To know is not to transcend our limits, but to expand them, merging with the systems that remake us. This is exactly what artists like Schussler do, transcending the limits actually by expanding them and merging with systems on many occasions that recreate what we call human nature. Schussler was courageous enough to be doing it since the 70s. From another aspect, if we look for the ethical part, the highest virtue is adaptability, the capacity to reshape one's values, body, and mind in harmony with emerging possibilities. And this is another thing that we can see throughout all Schuller's work so far, and he keeps doing that. He who seeks to change the world must first conquer himself. Although I understand that it has a deeper philosophical meaning, the whole work of Schussler goes to that direction. He conquers himself, a non-dualistic body and mind composed of one thing, and he tries to change the way we also face these types of dualisms. So he seeks to change the world by conquering his own body and merging it with technologies. By the way, I have used here aphorism number 50 of 25 in total aphorisms of transcendence and transformation. I know that this text must have been furtherly evolved, but I'm using the part I used from social media. Suspensions that started in the 80s have been first phase, a kind of passage of ritual, a ritual of passage to another dimension, a dimension where a person surpasses all bodily obstacles or human bodily obstacles to transcend pain, to transcend gravity, and be in the becoming of something different. That's why the robotic hands that appear in a lot of projects Schussler is in. This is from a well-known photograph from the Yokohama project on third hand. Schussler, through these projects, keeps trying to understand how far this expanding our bodies can go, and what is the deeper meaning of doing it. We must not neglect this side. These are, I need to exit full screen so that you will be able to see, it doesn't, well, it doesn't move. This one used to move, okay? The initial idea for the third year was to be put on his face, but medically it was not possible at the times. That's why the ear was put on the hand, as we all know, in 2003, and at the times it was actually an internet replica organ on the body. It was supposed to be able to hear by being connected to the internet. The interesting thing is that as it was made of tissues, human tissues, his own tissues, it is now faded out, absorbed into his hand. It is like going back to nature where it belongs. Well, as I have used Stefan Zweig's aphorisms, it's interesting to see what Steller also believes on his project and on art in general and the human body. For example, it comes from one of the forums, one of the post-human forums we had during the COVID period, and they were exclusively online. Attaching technology to the body merely extends the operational capabilities. Its sense of self remains intact, but as its attachments are extended online, its sense of self is extruded beyond the boundaries of its skin. This extrusion generates an existential and ontological emptiness. And here, the dead, the near dead, the brain dead, the yet to be born, the partially living and synthetic life all now share a material and proximal existence with other living bodies, microbial life, operational machines, and executable and viral codes. The inside of the body fills, teleoperation of the inside of the body fills it with technology. Technology is not a McLuhan external organ of the body, but rather an internal component. So he's commenting how technology can be merged into a hybrid with and change the notion we now have on the body. What it means to be human is perhaps not to remain human at all, a very famous phrase by Steller, that at this moment I feel it is so close to Euro-transhumanistic ideals. Eduardo Kac, this photograph comes from the previous Beyond Humanism conference, and Kac used some parts of an interview he had for the Journal of Post-Human Studies, among other things he mentioned, an early photograph, and Kac as he is now. We all know Kac as the founder of bioart. We have the concept of bioart in general after so many years. That is an art practice where humans work with live tissues, bacteria, living organisms, and life processes. Using scientific processes such as biotechnology, including technologies such as genetic engineering, the artworks are produced in labs, galleries, or artist studios. So the scope of bioart is considered by some artists to be strictly limited to living forms, while others would include art that uses the imagery of contemporary medicine and biological research. And medicine is becoming a big part of contemporary art now. To compare what bioart was from very early stages supposed to do, I'll use again some of Stefan Zweig's phrases of his new project, his new book. The human is not the final form, but a bridge, a mutable node in the endless evolution of life and technology. So the bridge can very well be bioart, a practice where humans work with live tissues, for example, and we accept bacteria as equal living organisms. Freedom is not the absence of limits, but the ability to redesign them as we transform ourselves. So nobody's talking about the absence of limits, but about having the ability to redesign limits that are suitable, that are necessary for each era, for each step of human evolution. BioArt actually was named, was acquired that name after 1997, and the microchip that Eduardo Cart had put as an implant to himself to be registered as an animal, the database for animals, actually identifying himself as the owner of his animal body. So the owner and the animal, the human animal this time is a declaration of probably an equal notion of human and non-human animals, and this is part of the broader frame we need to put both critical posthumanism and Eurotranshumanism in. Telepresence has also been a big part of Eduardo Cart's own philosophy and approach. That's why we were lucky enough to see last year his AdSum, the new project. That you can visit his official site and read how many first things it declares. This is just a very small part of what this apparatus is doing for the first time. It's a glass cube that traveled to space. So it's a big part of a new area in art history, space art. And I'm happy that there are PhD students to have studied studying space art by now. So this is the first artwork of the new space era, a first poetic work on the moon, a first artwork on the moon made of a material naturally occurring on the lunar surface, glass. A first artwork to be put in a mission, a first artwork to land on the moon. So many first things done by a very small artwork that is destined for and travels to space. Actually denoting the first steps beyond Earth. Catch sets a series of issues in his work, like the philosophical and political dimensions of telecommunicative processes, social and aesthetic aspects of verbal and non-verbal communication and interaction, language systems, and the experience of dialogical exchange, interspecies communication, communication between natural and virtual space, mixed realities, mixing multiple media and biological processes for the formation of hybrids. He actually took he actually started from where Carl Sims, a forerunner in the 90s, must have reached, with works designing hybrids that were developed in the computer environment. Computer was still a magical box at the times. I'm just reminding you, other parts of older Eduardo Caccia's works, like the Genesis in 1999, that turned the first book of Old Testament into Morse code and eventually to DNA. Well, it was a scientific, purely scientific, plus medical a big experiment that needed a lot of code to be written, as I understand. And of course, the work that was so much controversy over Caccia's interference with genetic engineering to transfer some synthetic genes, phosphorizing to this bunny, to this organism, actually creating a new being. But the importance is that the animal did not suffer. It's just the color of the skin that changed. If you ask me after so many years, if I never did actually, if I approve of this intervention, I would not say I approve, but it was an experiment. I would have approved better if it was a human being and had been asked to change his color or her color and had accepted. The non-human being was not able to react. And the dunia, of course, the petunia, the transgenic flower that with Caccia's own DNA by his injected blood acquired red veins. So it was the first natural hybrid of the artist and the flower. If we visit our next keynote speakers, Natasha Vita-Moore's the transhumanist art statement, we can find a very representative traditional posthumanist, traditional transhumanist, passage. Transhumanist arts is an art period reflecting creative works of transhumanity. Just as modern art represents much of the arts of the 20th century, transhumanist art covers the late 20th century into the 21st century. The transhumanist arts period coalesces arts, sciences, and technologies in reflecting the efforts of transhumans in enhancing and augmenting our minds and bodies as we strive for super longevity and ultimately indefinite lifespans. The ideas generated by those whose work is transhumanist in scope exemplifies the content of the transhumanist culture and is generated through many modes, from painting to new media and modes yet to be discovered. This is what Natasha Vita-Moore was commenting about in 1983, but a critical posthumanist would have not accepted that easily that focus on human beings, because classical transhumanism has always tended to be classical humanism, actually, while Euro-transhumanism is expanding much further. We can use two of Stefan Zorner's aphorisms, the 11th and the 7th of 55 aphorisms so far, that fear in the unknown is fear in the very birth of one's own self. And the self is not a temple, but a laboratory of endless reinvention. I would add here that as far as the self is able to consent for all modifications. That's why I think it has always been a different thing to modify those who cannot consent, like animals, and it's a different thing having persons to attempt their limits, but with not with a focus not only on the human beings, and this focus on culture, this focus on a broader acceptance of the fact that human beings are just a part of a system, a whole system that may contain, may include nature, may include non-human animals, but it also may contain technical life, is the central notion of both critical posthumanism and Euro-transhumanism. To sum up, we can see on this table here I didn't comment Patrizia Piccinini today at all, but she's a central part in Stefan Zorner's book on the chapter about critical posthumanism. So, critical posthumanism, a central trend, the surpassing of humanism, a continuation of the postmodern. I imply here that there is an historical continuation in critical posthumanism. Metahumanism is the focus on the being, on the movement, on the nature, and we can find metahumanist ideas on a lot of contemporary artists' artworks and projects, but they are always shared with ideas borrowed from here, from critical posthumanism. Therefore, I cannot say that metahumanism is that autonomous from critical posthumanism. In classical transhumanism, we have a humanism in technological and disguise with longevity purposes mainly, while in Euro-transhumanism, this is where transhumanism meets the critical posthumanism ideals. I believe that the two areas of under the umbrella of posthumanism are coming closer and closer during the next years. And I hope I have not delayed at all. And just a reminder about inclusiveness in a broader sense.
Dear
We
Amy,
give our hand to both forms of life. Thank you very much. And this is where it's
Thank you, thank you. So we have the time for one brief question.
Excuse me, but I have no sound. Okay.
Yes, one brief question from the public, from Stefan.
Many thanks. Wonderful presentation, Ellie. Good to see you. Yeah, I really like how you sort of stress, sort of showed sort of that it's not, you know, it's a use of technology, but it's not just, it's always a symbiosis, it's sort of the being, the part, the being you probably can't hear you so well, no? We will talk further in Paris. Many thanks.
There are a lot of aspects to be discussed here. I agree. And thank you very much for accepting to use the Facebook publication.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for
Evie.
your presentation.
Thank you. What I'm doing with the presentation now?
I will remove your presentation. It's fine.
So we can move to the second speaker.
I think I can do it.
Anna Markopoulou, with Pataki and Patočka and his interpretation of transcendence towards an early approach of Euro-transhumanism. Anna Markopoulou studied at the Department of Philosophy, Education and Psychology at the University of Ioannina and at the Department of Educational Science, University of Sorbonne, Paris 5 and
Do I press the link?
where in 1994 she was awarded her PhD. She has taught philosophy of education and pedagogical theory at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens and at the School of Pedagogical and Technological Education in Athens. Since 2008, her research has focused on ancient Greek philosophy, with emphasis on Platonic and Neoplatonic philosophy. From 2017 and until today, she has taken part in a series of international conferences with the general title Beyond Humanism Conferences on topics related to ancient Greek philosophy. From April 2023, she is a postdoctoral researcher in philosophy at the University of the Aegean. Anna, you have the stage.
Thank you very much. You heard me well. Thank you very much for the invitation of this talk. I would thank you also. I would like to congratulate Aura for this organization of this first series of Congress.
Very much. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, the aim of this talk is to highlight the way in which the Czech philosopher Jan Patočka's interpretation of transcendence constitutes an early approach of Euro-transhumanism, as this term is coined by Stefan Lorenz Sornier and developed by him. Patočka, 1907 to 1977, was one of the last students of Edmund Husserl and Martin Heidegger, and he was one of the most productive and highly thought of Czech philosophers. As Cecilia Lipai states in her work entitled The Chance of an Open Metaphysics, a dialogue with Jan Patočka, Patočka has not created a system. His thinking in its entirety can rather be called concentric, as it is centered upon certain basic topica, focal points, essentially interconnected with each other. It derives from this interrelatedness that a consistent elaboration of any of these topics necessarily leads to all the others. In his view, the task of philosophy is to reveal the world in its entirety and problematic nature. One must also emphasize that Patočka, as he himself admits, is guided in his philosophy by the intention to draw attention of questions and not to rigidly answer them. My intention in this talk is to show how transcendence, understood by Patočka as human transcendence into the world, becomes the primary characteristic of life, and more importantly, a fundamental attribute of existence. From this point of view, transcendence is not an activity of the mind and of reason, but it embraces all existence, highlighting its openness through a negative freedom. Patočka interprets this negative freedom as a negative experience because maintaining distance from things is beyond the capacity of any finite being. In other words, it is the experience of transcendence which, in its turn, constitutes an open relation to the world as a whole. From this point of view, according to Patočka, freedom is essentially negative because it is not a thing to be possessed or acquired, but rather a continuous struggle and openness. In this context, Patočka argues that the experience of freedom is essentially made up of negative experiences, that is, a confrontation with our own limits. From this perspective, an open relation to the world as a whole can only be the result of perspective which is not achieved by reason, but by life, when it collides with the hard cornerstones of its limits, and it's overwhelmed by these limits. This kind of negative freedom refers to the human being as such, and from this point of view, it is a general human attribute, since everyone has some kind of experience of freedom. For example, the distance kept from things, the anticipation of language and experience, or even scientific explanation can only arise from the possibility of freedom, as can any human creation. Following Patočka, this conception of negative freedom is constitutive of a way of life, according to which the human being living in openness has to recognize, first of all, that it is free, that they have the possibility to be, more or less, what they seem. But above all, the human being must recognize that they become free only if they kept their limits, since in doing so, they also accept danger and risk. From this point of view, negative freedom is an experience that leads the human being to confront their own limits and to transcend them. The manifestation of negative freedom thus emerges as the human being's eternal struggle for the meaning of the totality of the world and at the same time for politics. Through these two manifestations of negative freedom that human being creates history. In this sense, a free being becomes a permanent being on the border, which constitutes what Patočka describes as the basis of an active life, that is, the basis of both our freedom and responsibility, provided that we transcend the subjectively centered view of the world. From this position, it is only possible to speak of free and responsible human activities, that is, of active life, if we transcend the subjective center, drawing the I into the world and the world into the I, which forms the basis of both our freedom and responsibility. In this regard, Patočka explored an asubjective perspective of being, which is grounded of a non-anthropocentric view of the world. This asubjective perspective of being is, in its turn, constituted through a dialectical relationship between subject and object. In this sense, Patočka aims to capture the relationship of subject and object, not in terms of the submining the other, but dialectically, that is, as the relationship and indeed struggle of two fundamentally non-identical, non-reducible realities, but aspects of the same process, that is, as appearance or manifestation. In this context, the asubjectivity of the appearance of the world means the original presence of the world in which we exist, independent of any constituent activity by the subject. Thus, the first valuable insight of Patočka's philosophy in his radical and non-anthropocentric realism, which insists not only on the autonomy of the appearance of the world, but also on the autonomy of nature. At this point, it is important to note that according to Patočka, the human being's natural world that does not refer to a world opposed to the scientific world, and even less to a worldview. It refers to the original world of the living human being, as it is revealed through experience and practice, that is, the concretely experienced world. From this point of view, Patočka criticizes any kind of subjectivism, because being always convinced of the irreducible autonomy of reality, he would not accept any reduction of object and objectivity to subjective constitution. In this context, Patočka claims that the world is not only autonomous, but also radically other and indifferent to us. As Cecilia Lipai argues in her work entitled Towards a Pluralistic Ontology of Environments, a Phenomenological Perspective, this indifferent otherness already has us, in the sense that it is the condition for our existence in the world. We are beings in constant becoming, and this becoming is dependent on and filled by the experience of the self-manifestation of the world. This entails a non-symmetrical relationship. The world exists without us, but we cannot exist without the world appearing for us. Not only did we not create the world in any sense, we don't even have any privilege or specific place on it. What human existence and freedom means then is an actual struggle against the indifference of the world. We strive to be at home in the world. This tension remains an ultimate challenge. The world is the condition for our existence, yet freedom has to be lived and accomplished against the world, as it were. I would say that according to Patočka, this indifferent otherness of the world forms the condition for our existence in it, since we are beings in permanent becoming, that is, in permanent movement, conceived as a process of an endless evolution of life in a world without an ultimate intention. From this point of view, movement is understood as emergence, as a process of becoming. It is not objective or subjective, but the asubjective and dynamic appearance, generation, and concealment of the world. Furthermore, the human being cannot be understood and examined in isolation without the movement that places them in a specific region of the world and in between things of the world. As he stated in his work entitled Body, Community, Language, World, our life is a movement. It has at once the bodily subject, which does not manifest itself, and it's whither our doings in the world. What lies in between is the realization of possibilities. Our actual movements are based on a primordial movement, an ontological movement in the strong senses of the world. This movement sheds light on the world. The world is the new universe of all that is. Only this movement makes it become possible to say of things and people that they are or are not. How then are we as experiences in the space? On the basis of our own subjective corporeity, made clear in a transparent medium in which the world appeared to us, by means of the movement we are, explicating itself in the realization of possibilities which are already movements in the sense of concrete kinesthesis. To reiterate the key points mentioned thus far, I would contend that the significance of Patočka's thought lies not merely in his being one of the most original interpreters of Husserl and Heidegger. I would further argue that Patočka may be considered as an early philosopher of Euro-transhumanism. In particular, his interpretation of transcendence constitutes an early articulation, in my view, of transhumanism, since it focuses on the way in which the openness of human existence can transform or be transformed into an early post-human life. Above all, however, Patočka does not content himself with a well-thought-out philosophical theory alone, which would bear nothing upon the practice of life. From this point of view, it is interesting to note that Patočka repeatedly stressed that today's philosophy must begin with a shift. A shift is needed for the transgression of European rationalism, which in its turn is supported by an anthropocentric, that is, a subjective perspective of being. At this point, it is important to note that according to Patočka, this anthropocentric perspective in Europe originates in the Christian conception of history, an influence that is still evident in European thought today. As Patočka argues in his work entitled Heretical Essays in the Philosophy of History, European humanity has become so accustomed to this Christian conception of the meaning of history and of the universe that it cannot let go of some of its substantive traits, even where fundamental Christian concepts such as God the Creator, Savior, and Judge have ceased to be significant for it, and that it continues to seek meaning in a secularized Christian conception in which humans or humanity step into God's place. Furthermore, the domination and exploitation of nature that is so characteristic of the modern age, with little regard not only for nature itself, but for future generation, also stems from the same secularized Christian conception. As Patočka states in the same work, that is Heretical Essays in the Philosophy of History, another Christian source of nihilism is the relation to nature as a reservoir of objects given to humans to rule and care for. The idea which first meant care for things entrusted to humans turned in the modern age into a doctrine of domination and exploitation of the treasury of nature, with no regard not only for nature itself, but for future humankind as well. Most important, however, is that for the Christians, nature need not be that concrete reality within which they are submerged and to which they belong, but rather an object of judgment and speculation. Nature as such ceases to be of interest. It ceases to be the object of observation, becoming instead something formal, the object of mathematical natural science. Therefore, European philosophy must return to an asubjective perspective of being, which is rooted in a non-anthropocentric view of the world.
Please, 1 minute to
This-
conclude. 1 minute to conclude, please.
Yes, I conclude. This entails the discovery and acceptance of that authentic openness that in Patočka's interpretation would be considered an early form of Euro-transhumanism, as is coined by Stefan Lorenz and developed by Stefan Lorenz Sornier. It is precisely this openness of the human being, emerging through the experience of negative freedom and responsibility, that should be foreground as a central question within the philosophy of Euro-transhumanism, particularly in light of an open and non-anthropocentric universe. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have time for one question, please.
Yes.
Hello, Professor Marco Pacopolo. Have I pronounced that right?
I don't hear.
You don't hear me?
Yes, now I hear you very well, very well.
You hear me now?
Yeah?
Excellent, Professor. Thank you so much for your presentation. I found it very interesting, and
Thank you.
I would like to know. I have a very brief couple of questions. So one very brief would be: would you say this is my assumption from your presentation, that we are with this author, we are attending a phenomenological approach to Euro-transhumanism? My second one would be that is the subjective transcendence of the human being something that we could consider intrinsically equal to all humans, or is something that humans have to practice? They have to do certain experiences in life, or see life from a certain point of view in order to experience this form of negative freedom. Thank you.
Professor Marcopoulou, are you still with us? At last.
You broke it actually. Exactly.
Professor Marcopoulou, can you hear us? If you can hear us, give us a sign. I believe that you cannot hear us.
On my behalf, I'm happy to email her the first step.
So we move to the next. Yes,
speaker.
yes. I'm sorry.
So our next speaker.
No.
An interruption. A
Oh,
little interruption. Yes.
okay.
You hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Can you give a very, very brief answer to the question?
Yes, Patočka originates from the phenomenological tradition. But into this phenomenological tradition, I try to develop some concepts like a subjective concept, for example, which, in my view, seems to be more near of a non-anthropocentric conception, for example. This is my answer for the first question. The second question, what was it? I don't know. The second question.
Our colleague is very happy to get in contact with you for the second question. Unfortunately, we are out of time. So I guess that you'll be able to discuss it individually at length. Thank you very much, Professor Marcopoulou, for the intervention. We can move to the next speaker, Christos Iliopoulos, with the talk, The Nietzschean Overman versus the Transhuman, a critical approach to transhumanism. So Dr. Iliopoulos has received his PhD from Loughborough University in the UK. His academic interests include philosophy of science, political theology, as well as the Westernification of philosophical concepts to the practices of social movements. He has also participated in conferences, workshops, and seminars of academic and educational interest, and has published a number of relevant papers and articles. He is currently a member of the World Philosophy Network, the Philosophy Learning and Teaching Organization, the British Postgraduate Philosophy Association, and the European Consortium for Political Research. Dr. Iliopoulos, you have the stage.
Hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So first of all, I would like to thank you for this acceptance. I would like to thank especially Ora, Dr. Schussler, for all the communication and the arrangements and the logistics. I would love to be there. Unfortunately, that was not possible. Hopefully, thank God I was able to. I'm able to do this online. So my name is Christos Iliopoulos. I'm an assistant professor of philosophy at DRI, the American College of Greece. My presentation today is, I would say, a general remark, a general comment on something which is discussed in the context of transhumanism. It's actually this kind of misunderstanding between Nietzschean philosophy and especially the term of the concept of the overman and the transhuman. Now, to be fair and square, to be honest, this is something that has been discussed by transhumanists like Nick Bostrom, for example, in his History of Transhumanist Thought, has made clear that transhumanism is not the same thing with the transhuman is not the same thing with the overman, with the Nietzschean theory of the overman. Still, I believe that this misunderstanding is still on the table. So I would try to look transhumanism from a critical lens, and I would like to discuss very briefly the political and existential extensions of this discussion. So Nietzsche was, of course, one of the most radical and iconoclastic philosophers of modernity. What he put at the center of his thought was the concept of overcoming human. In his magnum opus, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he introduces the idea of the overman. Overman is this being that is able to overcome old values and create new ones based on the will to power. In that way, the discussion around transhumanism and the technological overcoming of human nature poses a very critical question. Is transhumanism a continuation of the Nietzschean proposal for overcoming humans, or is it a deviation or even a distortion of his philosophy, leading to even a new form of decadence? Now, I will try to examine this question through three main dimensions. The one is the philosophical critique, which is reflected to the question of whether transhumanism can be seen as a continuation or a distortion of the Nietzschean thought. The second dimension is the political extensions. Who is the one who controls the technologies of transhumanism, and what does that mean for individual freedom? The third dimension and last dimension is the existential one, is what does it mean to be a human being in a world where the limits of our nature are being modified radically? So I begin with the first level, the first dimension, which is the philosophical critique, and has to do with transhumanism and the Nietzschean thought. And here, concerning Nietzsche's philosophy, we have the danger of a new last man. Okay, in Fastbook Zarathustra, Nietzsche describes the last man as a being who has forfeited any ambition for transcendence and has surrendered to an existence of convenience, of comfort, of stagnation. And this last man is looking for a kind of longevity and of safety, but without creating any kind of new meaning in their lives. Now, transhumanism promises in a way the extension of life, a biotechnological improvement of the body and the mind, as well as the liberation from natural physical limitations. Nevertheless, if this is something that is not to be accompanied by an internal reform and creation of new values, then there is the danger of this becoming a new technological version of the last man. So the attachment to comfort and safety through technology can function as a mechanism of avoiding internal quest, avoiding creative struggle, the struggle that the Nietzschean overcoming demands. So the modern man usually and frequently is looking for a prolonged life, but not a life with a deeper meaning. Progress in the field of artificial intelligence, in genetic mechanics, in neurotechnology, definitely gives the ability, the potential for increased cognitive abilities, but this cannot guarantee that the subjects that will be benefited by these developments will necessarily be creators of new values, or that they will pursue a heroic overcoming of themselves. On the contrary, there is a danger for these subjects to sink into an existence of a constant satisfaction, but with no deeper challenge. And this leads us to the problem of the biological and technological dependence. Now, the Nietzschean overcoming is not a process that is achieved through external means. It's an internal struggle. It's a reform of the self. Transhumanism, nevertheless, is based on the idea that technology is able to offer a shortcut towards the overcoming of these human limitations. If this evolution is not the product of will to power, as Nietzsche would say, but of a passive acceptance of these technological developments, there's a question of whether we're talking about a shift of authority and power from the individual towards the technological and economic elites. Can human development, can human improvement be genuine if it is not the product of an individual will, but the result of mechanistic procedures? Transhumanism can be seen as a new form of seeking for salvation, not through the divine grace anymore, but through technology. Now, this may lead to a new form of dependence, a new form of dependence where humans will not anymore look for the strength, the power they have within, that they will assign this power to external factors like companies, governments, or even algorithms. And this leads me to another field of subfield of my discussion is the second dimension. It's the political extensions. It's authority, control, and economic inequality. So this technological revolution that comes together with transhumanism is neither neutral nor accessible to everyone. The big technological companies, governments start investing huge capitals in the development of artificial intelligence, the development of genetic mechanics, and cybernetic improvement. So another question posed here is, who is actually the one that will decide which form is the evolution of humanity going to take? Now, Nietzsche heavily criticizes institutions that maintain authority and prevent the individual creation of new values. Transhumanism, there's a danger that transhumanism will constitute a means for the maintenance of authority and power in the hands of a technological elite, an elite which will determine who will be the ones that will have access to any kind of biological or cognitive improvements. Now, this creates a new class division, which is not anymore based on economy, but on biology and technological reinforcement. So this, in a way, leads to the danger of a kind of a biotechnological totalitarianism. So if transhumanism is to be used as a tool of social control, then it is possible to lead to a new totalitarianism, where governments and companies and corporates will control not just the behavior of human beings, but also their biological composition. Now, this ability of monitoring, of surveillance, of controlling human thoughts through neurotechnology or installments, it may make autonomy, any concept, any meaning of autonomy, impossible. The Nietzschean thought, which emphasizes on individual autonomy and creativity, fully opposes such a future. If the will to power is to turn into a will to technological control of the masses, then the supposed overcoming of humans may lead to the full weakening of man. And this brings us to the danger of a kind of technocratic dependence. Someone who is fully dependent on the technological means in order to maintain their existence is not free, is not autonomous anymore. So instead of dominating technology, ends up being defined by technology. And transhumanism, instead of leading to a new overman, it may end up creating a human being which is fully dependent on its tools, that it is a human being that will be impossible for him or her to exist without these tools. And now I want to move towards the last part of my, the last dimension, as I said, the last level, the third level, which is the existential extensions of this discussion, and it's the ontological alterations and the ethical consequences of this discussion. So Nietzsche believes that the human existence is something fluid, and it's something that is constantly evolved. But this evolution is not the result of any kind of external interference it's an internal clash and overcoming. Now, transhumanism comes to radically change this given, and it introduces the probability, the likelihood of radical interference in the biological and psychological structure of human beings. Now, if the body and the mind are to be modified through technology, how can we still talk about human beings? What is the limit here? If immortality or the radical change of consciousness is achievable through digital upload or genetic modification, then the existing categories of identity and subjectivity will cease having the same meaning. In such a future, the human beings will have forfeited whatever makes them human, and that is the existential clash with the limits of their nature. What I would say highlights this, especially this last part of discussion, is something that is very intense in Nietzschean philosophy, is the loss, is the tragic element. And here is the loss of the tragic element of existence. Now, Nietzsche acknowledges the value of tragedy as an integral part of human life. Pain, mortality, the finite are not just flaws that must be eliminated, are fundamental elements that give sense to our existence. If transhumanism takes away this tragic dimension of human life, is it possible that this will lead to an existence with no depth and with no meaning? So this brings up the need for a new ethics of transhumanism. If transhumanism cannot or is not to be avoided, the question posed is, how can a new ethics can be modified, can be formed that will secure in a way that the human overcoming will be real and not just an illusion of technological power. Now, the answer to this question may be lying in the Nietzschean thought itself. The overman is not just someone who has improved capabilities, it's someone who creates their own values, and they are not determined by any external forces. So I would say that if transhumanism would like to live up to the expectation of Nietzschean philosophy, must be accompanied by a deeper quest for meaning, and not just by a simple technological magnification of human potential. I would like to thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iliopoulos. Questions? Just a second.
Apparently, it's not enough.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, we'll change the microphone. Just a second.
Professor Iliopoulos, can you hear me, Professor?
That's not on.
You can.
It's the top button. No.
In the meantime, I try to formulate better my question.
Just a moment, we'll put the mic. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? No, not yet.
I think I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, great. So, fabulous thought of this consideration that sparked me a question that said I'm still trying to build. When you say that the possibility of mind uploading and living into a different form will take out the sense of human life. Because in its constitution, I think that's not here. So maybe I will try to write it down. What I wanted to ask is that I think that if we take out the human as an individual and think as humanity as a full connected, a unified as an existence, I think that the main, let's say, need, pure need, that we push towards the transhumanism is that we need, our need is the survival. So the survival instinct that could at any price serve what is our intrinsic capability of understanding the universe. So what we are trying to preserve is not human, it's not Homo sapiens sapiens, it's not whatever, but what we are trying to preserve is this device as humanity and its ability to understand the galaxy and the all the metaphysics. I don't know if you can, you didn't understand anything.
Sorry, so I can partly, it's a bit echoing. The question is, your words are echoing. I just was able to grab some words here and there. I'm not sure even if it is a comment or a question. I'm sorry about that. I heard something about the institutions and the Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's.
I realized that unfortunately, the speaker online has this huge difficulty capturing questions. No problems.
I'm sorry. It's echoing. I think it's because of the room, and maybe my connection is also poor. I cannot. Your words are echoing.
I tried to connect with you on LinkedIn. I will write the question down in the next days. But great.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. There is time for one brief question, if that is the case. Do we have other questions or comments? The room is debating among themselves. If there are not, from the room, there are no other questions, then I believe we can thank Dr. Iliopoulos again for being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Is it okay if I stand?
Please stay.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm happy to introduce Ken with the talk Navigating the Anthropocene, Islamic Responsibility, Ethics, Euro-Transhumanism, and the Quest for a Balanced Future. Ken studied philosophy and Islamic studies at the Technical and Free University of Berlin and received his doctorate from Goethe University Frankfurt. His dissertation, Evil as Proof of God, which examines Al-Maturidi's approach to the problem of theodicy, was published in 2019. His research focuses on the interdependence between epistemology and ethics. After completing his doctorate, he worked as a lecturer at the Swiss Institute for Islam and Society at the University of Freiburg, where he led numerous workshops on Islamic pastoral care, among other things. From 2018 to 2021, he taught as a visiting professor at the Academy of World Religions at the University of Hamburg. In 2022, he was awarded the Theodor Leinen Research Fellowship from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation to conduct research at Yale University. Since 2023, he has been a research associate at the University of Innsbruck and is currently conducting postdoc research at the Institute for Islamic Theology and Religious Education at the University of Innsbruck on the complex interplay between theology, science, with a particular focus on post and transhumanist ethical discourses. You have the stage.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I'm very happy to be here at the first Post-Human Studies Conference. It's a great honor, and especially coming here with the background as a Muslim philosopher, I guess this shows that post-human discourse is entirely different venue than the humanist discourse, so that I can be here in the initial phase. So I want to talk today about responsibility ethics. Because when we talk about AI and ethics and the relationship of it, and when it comes to transhumanism, there is this emphasis on responsibility, but I feel a lack of systematical grounding of what that means, what that would be, and how responsibility could be integrated into AI ethics more systematically. So coming from the background of Muslim philosophy adds another complication to the whole discourse, but I think with the emergence of Euro-transhumanism proposed by Stefan Zockner, which is discussed here very widely, it provides a venue of collaboration and dialogue for religious philosophers like myself, also to participate in the transhumanist, post-humanist discourse. So my talk starts with the recognition that we live in a transhumanist world. In this conference, I don't have to underscore what I mean by that, I guess, and this stems from my observations surrounding the Anthropocene. And I will present responsibility ethics as a necessity, not as an option, but as a necessity for ethical discourse, and try to compare how Euro-transhumanism plays into that. So I will start with the godfather of responsibility ethics, I might say Hans Jonas's quote: "Technology reveals through its effects that the nature of human action has in fact changed, and that an object of an entirely new order, no less than the entire biosphere of the planet, has been added to that for which we must be held responsible because we wield power over it. No previous ethics had to take into account the global condition of human life and a distant future, indeed, the very existence of the human species," ushered in 1979 by Hans Jonas. And the important thing here is that he highlights that we can observe a change in the human nature, which he means by the nature of human action, and ethics has changed. So to highlight this by an example, let's start with this question. If we could eliminate an evil in the world through an action, would it be moral to refrain from doing so? So this would be the classical question, and the classical theories of ethics are sufficient to answer this, because this is not a very complicated question. If you have the cure for cancer and you withhold it from us, we would naturally think the worst of you. So we don't need a new ethical theory to answer this. But this is not the problem that Hans Jonas talks of. He talks of this problem. What if a pill were devised that rejuvenated the cells in our bodies so that we were able to maintain our physical and mental conditions in their prime? What if we could even extract our minds from our God-given bodies and transfer them to more capable and powerful bodies genetically engineered in laboratories? If such feats were within our reach, we would be able to eradicate all physical and mental diseases. Would it be moral to refrain from doing so? Well, I'm here in a room full of post-humanists and transhumanists, so I would be eager to hear your answers. But what I'm trying to highlight is this question cannot be answered with a simple yes or no anymore. It demands for a controversial discourse. And this discourse is nurtured or is rooted in the dangers of the Anthropocene. And why do I highlight the Anthropocene? Because the Anthropocene is nothing new to the religious discourse. In the religious discourse, it has its equivalence in the apocalypse. With the only difference being the apocalypse, we cannot do anything about it. If we all would be angels on earth, the apocalypse couldn't be prevented because it's in the hand of the creator, religiously speaking. But the Anthropocene, it is all depending on us. We can prevent the Anthropocene. And this is where ethics in AI and technological development comes in. And my urge is to say we have to develop responsible tools for that. So I'm trying to systematically engage with what responsibility even means. Oh no, I'm guessing that I have, this is the wrong, yeah, this is the wrong one, but no problem. The other slides I will go on doing without this slide. So the theoretical background for how Muslim ethics work is there are three theories that constitute Muslim ethical frameworks. This is the deontological ethics based on intentions. This is the, where is it? Yeah, I see something's wrong. Okay, this is the deontological ethics, the intentional ethics, and the virtue ethics. The deontological ethics is rooted in Islamic law. The virtue ethics is rooted in Islamic theology and Islamic law. And the virtue ethics, this is mostly in Islamic philosophy and mysticism. So just to give you an overview and orientation, the virtue ethics function as the ideal. So the Muslim, the autonomous Muslim, would strive for virtue ethical principles, but it wouldn't be at the core of his everyday actions. His everyday actions would be guided by deontological ethics, so he would ask his imam or religious authority what to do or what not to do, and follow that based on his intentions, that his intentions are pure. So this is how Muslims act in everyday life. But this creates a moral blind spot. The moral blind spot being, if I only, and this is, I think, not just concerning Muslims, but in general, all humans, if I only look for what is legal, I'm not doing necessarily what is good or what is necessitated. So imagine, so how does it work for a Muslim man or woman? I have an ethical dilemma. I go to my religious authority. He gives me a receipt of fatwa. And my obligation is to honor the fatwa, to honor the legal conclusion. And this would be termed taklif. It's in my responsibility towards God. So if I do that with a pure intention, I'm on my best way to become a better person. Virtue ethics is completed. So practically, can I drive a car that runs on fuel? So I would go to my imam. He says, yes, I'm driving one myself. So I would be in my taklif, be in my religious obligation, and everything would be good. I could drive my car, regardless whether I destroy the planet or not with that action, and still claim that I'm a good person and I deserve the heaven, the paradise. But responsibility ethics jumps in here and says, okay, regardless of what your religious authorities might say, you know exactly what you are doing, and that what you are doing causes harm in the planet. And your first duty should be not to cause harm or minimize the harm that you cause on the planet. So he won't give up driving his car, but at least he will have a bad conscience and following the guideline of you should do the best you can, and ethics is not an exact science. This is the best we can hope to achieve with that. So the complication in the Islamic discourse is that ethics is a discourse that is based on, in the discourse on Islamic law. So the legal discourse is the main discourse on ethics. We are I am trying to introduce a philosophical concept of responsibility into the legal discourse. So there's this problem, if I'm not somehow connecting to the legal discourse, I won't be able to speak to the Muslim conscience, and I won't be able to engage productively and effectively in the Muslim discourse. But as I say, I regard this as a necessity, and only this allows us to communicate on an interdisciplinary level with secular philosophers also. So, and coming to speak of responsibility as a systematical framework. Most of the times when I talk about responsibility ethics, people ask me, well, this is just consequentialism, what you say. If I have to realize the consequences of my actions, you just say we should act according to consequentialism and utilitarianism, but it is exactly not the case. Because I will just highlight two problems here, the trolley problem and the toxic wastewater problem. With the toxic wastewater problem, the company who produces soap would say, I'm totally within I'm doing legal stuff here, and I'm also promoting hygiene in society, so I'm also promoting virtue ethics here. So, and in the process, yes, I am producing wastewater. But how to deal with the wastewater? Would a company that runs on consequentialism say, I will cut my profits to lesser the harm on my environment? No, they wouldn't. This is not how the capitalist system runs on consequentialism and utilitarianism, and we know how it works. A board based on or taking responsibility ethics to the center wouldn't wait until a government comes and ties their hands to reduce their harm. They would do it themselves. It would be an autocorrective function. But responsibility ethics also is very impractical, and this is where the systematic problem lies in, taking the trolley problem. I do nothing. 3 people gets killed. I pull the lever, 1 person gets killed. So for consequentials, it's easy. Pull the lever, kill as less harm done is always better. But in perspective of responsibility ethics, you would have to ask, who is this 1 person? Who are these 3? Is this 1 person a baby? Are these 3 persons old people with cancer? Is this person a saint? And are these 3 other persons murderers and criminals? So you have to consider so much, but the train is rolling, and until you reach the conclusion, the action is done. So this is the problem with responsibility ethics. It slows us down. It slows the decision-making processes down. But this is actually, I think, what is needed in the accelerated times of technological advancements that we are living in. Maybe we need to slow down the pace of progress. This goes on into how we would think responsibility ethics in Islamic theology. I won't bother you with that. We can discuss this in the later on. But I will highlight 1 person who has an answer to freedom. He says freedom is not a theoretical concept. Al-Maturidi is a big authority in Sunnite Islam, in theology. He says, we are discussing freedom always in terms of systems. So in the classical discourse, there was this atomic system that explained how freedom works. Now we have quantum mechanics and whatnot. And the scientific research always says, well, it is more likely that we don't have freedom of will than it is. Surely it is very difficult to provide strong arguments that free will exists. We can find very strong argument that it doesn't. But Maturidi says, well, this is a misguided question, because if I can't show onto something with my bare hands, I don't need to prove it theoretically anymore. So he says, suppose there's a child, 5 years old, he wants to play. and you say, it's time to pray now. So you force him to pray. The kid will run away. And in this running away, you can point with your fingers, that's where free will happens. It happens there. And it happens every time. And it's rooted in the moment of inner revolt, what he calls freedom. So he says, we don't need a systematical, theoretical proof for what we can observe with our bare eyes in the world. So that gives me an opportunity to have a strong foundation for freedom as a principle that has to be set in the discourse. So here I missed 2 slides regarding Euro-transhumanism, but my main point would be, if you look at how Muslim discourse works and how Muslim discourse engages with the ideas of transhumanism, well, we mentioned Saudi Vision 2030 and Society 5.0, which are ideas that are actually put billions on and are a living reality. So in the practical dimension, Muslims are engaging and participating with billions of dollars as political will behind the technological advancements in the Muslim world. But in the theoretical department, there is no inclusion of transhumanist ideas within. They want to separate it. Transhumanism is not something that concerns us. We just want the technology. Well, you can't really do that, can you? Because AI is rooted in the pursuits of transhumanist ideals. But Euro-transhumanism diverges from classical transhumanism in a way that maybe Sampanico also mentioned, in a way that it brings it very close to critical post-humanism. And this is actually where the interesting spark happens for Muslim theologians. If you look at the discourse of Muslim theologians, they are rejecting it, they are hostile to it. A few voices are there that embrace transhumanist discourse for Muslim discourse. But none of them recognize Euro-transhumanism, and the main features of Euro-transhumanism being the rejection of utopian ideals, being the emphasis on responsibility, on ethical development, and the rejection of anthropocentric views. These are 3 tenets that work so well with Muslim discourse, so that it opens a venue to participate in the discourse. The main source of divergence being that it's a problem whether you can be a serious theologian or Islamic philosopher and reject anthropocentrism. It seems a big problem, but it is not impossible. And the second thing being, Euro-transhumanist ethics is rooted in Nietzschean ethics. As Stefan puts it, it's also in nihilistic ethics. So you can imagine that this is not something that Muslims can be very easily acquainted with, but there is also one possibility to reimagine nihilism, because, for example, we have Ibn Tufayl, a Muslim philosopher in Andalusia. He wrote Haibin Yaksan. It's a philosophical novel where he suggests that a person has been born without parents, and then he emerges to be a big philosopher. So he starts with ethical voidness. There is no cleric to say what's right, what's wrong. He finds out for himself and still comes to the conclusion that to the conclusions of Islamic theology. So we can see that there are 2 authors. If you would consider myself, let's say 3 authors who try to open up a venue of collaboration and dialogue with transhumanists on this, and Euro-transhumanism actually provides a basis. As mentioned, there are points of divergence. Maybe one can never reconcile, but nevertheless, the points of complementary points are more strong than that we should say out of it. So in short, my propositions are: the Anthropocene demands theological ethics with future-oriented vision that it's not asking what ought I do for future generations, but what forms of perception, aesthetic, and reverence are necessary to live faithfully on a damaged earth, that we shouldn't engage defensively but critically with transhumanism, that responsibility ethics bridges empirical realism and moral theology. For the Muslim discourse, Al-Maturidi provides a source to develop this philosophically, and the goal is a theology of limits, not as prohibitions, but as forms of moral attention that can inform our ways how we develop ethical AI, for example. And actually, yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm done.
We have two questions in the back, one in the front, and one in the middle.
Okay, so thank you for this very interesting presentation. I wanted to ask you to let me understand better how not really this concept of freedom, because you made an example where for your old kid, you tell him to go bring you, but he runs away, and you say that's freedom. So I was wondering if, in your view, or the Islamic view in general, freedom was considered something to be seen in negative terms, because you made the example of rebellion, which is a rebellion to God's commandment to pray. So can you shed a little more light on that?
Okay, it is more about how freedom works in the philosophical discourse in Islam. So basically, it goes back in the classical discourse. It is all argued with atomism, kalam atomism. The main difference being, whereas in Democrats, atomism, an atom would be the essential part of the world, the substance. In kalam atomism, one atom doesn't exist. Two atoms come together and create the first accidents, and basically we only observe accidents. So this is the kind of atomism that allows for God to control everything what happens. And in this framework, they discussed how freedom should be possible. The main contradiction being, if God is all powerful, there is no room for any other power. So I, with my free will, would occupy God's power or restrict God's power in exercising my agency. So without going into detail, Maturidi has a very interesting point. He says, God doesn't only do good things. This is a classical position. He also does bad things. He also does evil. So this is, for a theologian, a strong point to make. And he says, because if human beings can act in a good way and in a bad way, and God only can act in a good way, every time I act in a bad way, I restrict God, and God couldn't have any power over my bad actions. So I would be more powerful than God. So he must be able to act in an evil way and in a good way to be called God. So he doesn't believe. He says, I cannot believe in a God who just isn't as powerful as I am. So he believes God is a God of contradictions, because he says, I'm the beginning and I am the end. And he says, nothing is the beginning and the end at the same time. This is the contradiction, and God reaffirms every contradiction for himself. So this is the basis how Maturidi comes up with his unique perspective on freedom.
And also on the freedom discussion, also what you just said, that sounds like such a tantric perspective of the deity, the utilization of contradictions. But going on this conception of freedom, and then also looking at it from a moral normative standpoint. So if
freedom is something that can be observed, it's something that's inherent within us. So how important is, first of all, freedom as a value within this sort of hierarchy of values? And then to what degree, if I have freedom of itself, can anybody impose to me what I'm allowed to do with myself within the limits that action is self-directed, right? So, like, am I allowed to suicide if I decide that, you know, based on my analysis and my freedom, this is the right choice to make? Can I change my left arm with a bionic arm because my shoulder hurts and I'm sick of it? So, like, where are the limitations that would come within this? Like, the importance of freedom and how does it relate to other sort of moral normative values, etc.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a very deep question, and without going into the complexities, you can imagine there are lots of divergent voices on that. But the mainstream orthodox position in the Sunnite Islam would basically say that God is not a moral agent, that He's above morality, and humans don't have free will in a real sense, but in a metaphorical sense, in that God creates, He's the only creator, He creates the action when I'm doing something, but I intended the action. But also intention is something created in the world, so intention has also been created by God, so this brings a problem. So this is the problem in which Orthodox Sunni Islam is having the discourse. The radical point of Maturidi being that he's saying we have to set freedom as a given. The classical notion would be, you ask, how is it with the power structures? The classical answer would be, you should follow your authorities. God doesn't demand you to be a philosopher. God demands you to be a good Muslim. So just follow the rulings of your imams and you're good. Maturidi strictly rejects that. He says if you don't have freedom, you cannot speak of an eschatological paradise or hell or heaven, because if you should go to hell, it should be because you made bad things and you are punished for those. It demands that you are free. So even if I cannot prove it to you systematically, theoretically, it is a given thing, and it is not allowed that you follow any authority. He's very Kantian here, and maybe more strict than Kant, because he says you should, it is very uncommon for a Muslim theologian that he says you should even criticize the Prophet. You should, if you don't criticize the Prophet and scrutinize him, and the Prophet emerges from your scrutiny as victorious and he has something to say still yet, if he doesn't, if you cannot hold him to this bar, then there's nothing worth to believe, because how is your prophet different than any other prophet? Your prophet should have something above that holds against scrutiny. And if only that is possible, you can call yourself a believer. So he says, without freedom of will and without autonomy, there's no theology. That's my position, but it's unique.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to start saying a few words of appreciation. First, I read The Ethics of Responsibility from Schussler a few years ago, and I found it very engaging in transhumanism, so thank you for bringing the author here. Also, I find this presentation very interesting because I am from Córdoba, Andalusia. And actually, a few years ago, I wrote a paper on Eat Russian. We know in Latin as averroes.
Yes.
And so actually, beyond that, my question was very simple. I have never heard of Al-Maturidi before. Because I know it's a bit earlier than Eat Russian, I would like just simply to ask you, a bit outside of the presentation, if Al-Maturidi ever influenced Eat Russian in anything.
Well, I'm happy to talk to Cordobian. Ibn Rushd is my second favorite author to al-Maturidi. And I cannot say if Ibn Rushd followed al-Maturidi. Al-Maturidi, of course, was a known author, should be known author to him, because Maturidism wasn't established practice then, but he was a Maliki, meaning he was in a totally different discourse than Maturidi's discourse. Theologically speaking, he developed a theological philosophy, so to speak, and he was based in Maliki tradition. So possible that he knew of him. I never see him quote Maturidi, but leaving that aside, one note on Ibn Rushd. He has, and this is important, I guess, for AI ethics and development. This is what led me to transhumanism in the first place. I was studying his ethics. He didn't have an ethics proposition because he said Islamic legal rulings answer all ethics, so that will not. But then he said, what is intellect? My question was, how's intellect? And then he says, well, there's the active intellect, and the active intellect is the necessary being that allows us to have abstract reasoning. And then he says, we don't have individual reasonings, we only have collective reasonings, and it's through the active intellect. So we can discuss this later, but this is a very interesting point, I guess, for
in fact,
AI.
in medieval philosophy, at least in Cultura and transhumanism, Abraham and the Jewish philosopher Maimonides discuss that they are advancing some transhumanist ideas because they both were Aristotelian, they both believe in the eternity of the universe and the eternity of the human being.
Yes.
And on the unified mentality. So in my paper, I didn't cover that, but when I was studying Russian, I was realizing that many ideas resonate with transhumanism.
There was something happening at that time with Ibn Rushd, Maimonides, Ibn Arabi, Ibn Tufail, and so on, living at the same time in the same area. And they are very post-human if you look at them, that's right.
Yes. It would be great to talk more.
Yes.
Right. More discussion over lunch. Our time is up. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back everyone. We are going to start off the third session of the day, Foucault, classical transhumanism, and post-human anthropology. Okay, I'm going to start again, but with the mic working this time. So, we're going to kick off the third session of the day, Foucault, classical transhumanism, and post-human anthropology. Our first speaker from this session is Turan Şenlik. He's a PhD candidate in political science and public administration at Bursa Uludağ University in Turkey. Her research focuses on gender study, biopolitics, and the intersection of technology and social inequality, exploring how power structures shape societal transformations and human experiences. So, Turan, you have the stage. Could you hear us?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am honored to present. Yes, I am hearing you. Do you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Yes, so we have a bit of a connection issue.
Yes, I am hearing you.
I think you can start talking now. It's a bit laggy, but it should work.
So ask her if she can hear us again.
Okay. So let's try again. If you can try to present now. No, so we're not hearing them from your end.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, no.
I am hearing you.
Please start your presentation if you can, please.
Yeah. Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Today I am honored to present a critical exploitation to Foucault and transhumanism, a critical examination of power, technology, social inequality at its first post-human studies conference. This presentation aims to analyze how transhumanist technologies, often seen as liberating and progressive, are embedded with systems of power and control. By using Michel Foucault's concepts of biopolitics, I will argue that transhumanism can unintentionally reinforce social inequality rather than reduce it. The central question is how do transhumanist technologies reshape power and reinforce social inequality in contemporary society. Recall Foucault's concepts of biopolitics. Biopolitics refers to how modern power governs not just through laws of force, but through the management of bodies, health, and life itself. In Foucault's words, this is a moment then biological existence become political existence. In the past, power was mostly about the right to take life, like punishment and war. In modern times, power is also about the right to manage life, keep people alive, healthy, and productive. Biopolitics means how to governments control or manage people's lives and bodies. This includes things like healthcare, population control, and public health rules. In short, biopolitics is how control lies, not just by killing, but by managing how we live. Power is not centralized, it is diffuse, embedded in institution, norms, and ever personal decisions. Foucault introduced two forms of power. One of them is disciplinary power, which individuals through institutions like schools and population regulation birth has ability. He famously said, power has taken control of both the body and life, of the body as machine, and of a life by a political process. These ideas form these basics for my critical view of transhumanism. What is a transhumanism? Let's now turn to transhumanism. Nick Boston defines it as a philosophy that sees humanity not as a finished product, but as a work in progress. Transhumanism advocates for enhancing human capacity through technology, whether physical, mental, and genetic. What we see is that transhumanism of the Renaissance promised us. This enhancement include physical upgrades like prosthetics and augmented reality, mental enhancement via neurochips and cognitive drugs, genetic editing, possibility eradicating disease, even life extension, and radical idea of mind uploading. This sounds visionary, even utopian, but beneath this promise lies an ethical shift, a new improvement to live well, optimize yourself, and be more productive. Foucault would ask, who defines that it means to live well, and who benefits? This leads us to the crucial question: is transhumanism a biopolitical project? To explore this, I turn to the work Christian Love, Pierre Darthor, write a book named The New Way of the World on Neoliberal Society. They see neoliberalism not just as economist policy, but as a rationality, a way of governing life. In this logic, the individual becomes as entrepreneur of the self, constantly optimizing, competing, and self-managing. Transhumanism fits seamless into this rationality. Magic logic applied to the body. We see this in commodification of the body. Health and education become investments. Now, transhumanism adds the body itself to this market, turning it to a profit. Companies profit from prosthetics, genes, editing, or cryogenic storages, like the Alcohol Life Extension Foundation. For example, the Alcohol Life Extension Foundation, for example, stores cryogenically frozen bodies waiting for a future revival. But who can afford this? Who is left behind? The body becomes capital. The human being becomes a product to be upgraded. So, both neoliberalism and transhumanism treat the self as project. Transhumanism sees the individual a technical upgrade. In neoliberalism, the human is an economic investment. In transhumanism, the human is a technological upgrade. The both value individualism, efficiency, and optimization after the expense of social equality. Now, let's explore inequality. Neoliberalism already depends the gap between rich and poor. Transhumanism could create a biological class divide, where only the wealthy and can afford enrichment. Imagine a world where intelligence, health, and even longevity for a sale. From Foucault's perspective, both ideologies function as a biopolitical regime. They govern life using freedom, optimization, and control. Neoliberalism encourages self-discipline. Transhumanism takes its future. The body is redesigned, monitored, upgraded. 4 ways transhumanism reinforces inequality. Let me now summarize 4 ways lens. Normalization and exclusion. The enhanced human becomes a new norm. Other, disabled, elder, poor are othered. Access-based class with money can access engagement, while the poor remained unengagement, leading no biological and economic inequality coercing. Subjecting and self-surveillance, we internalize the pressure to improve ourselves constantly, just as Foucault described. Narrowing a livable life, only technological and changed lives are seen more vastly. Diversity is not in pursuit or perfection. So, despite its utopian vision, transhumanism risks becomes a tool for biopolitical domination. It promises liberation, but may deliver new forms of control and new inequality. Rather than dystopic, abrasive structure, it may reproduce them through technology and market logic. To conclude, transhumanism, we trust the Falklandian framework. It is not neutral. It is deeply political. We must ask who benefits, who is left behind, and those future is this real. In this presentation, I talk about the connection between Foucault's idea and transhumanism. Transhumanism is the idea that we can use science and technology to make humans better, but we must ask an important question: who gets to use these technologies and who doesn't not? Foucault showed us that always easy to see. Power can be hidden in systems, rules, and technology. It can control how we live, think, and behave. When we look at the transhumanism, we can see that these new technologies may not help everyone equally. Rich and powerful people may have more access, while poor and vulnerable people may be left behind. We also need to think about how transhumanism sees the human body. It often says we must fix or improve our bodies, but this can be dangerous. It may make people feel bad about being old, sick, or different. It may lead to new kinds of inequality and discrimination. Foucault reminds us that ideas about what is normal or good, it is shaped and created by society and power. We should not reject science or technology, but we must think carefully about how we use them, who is in control, who is included, and who is left out. We need to make sure that technology helps all people, not just a few. In this end, Foucault helped us to ask better questions. What is the future? His idea helps us see the risks behind big promises. If we want to be better future, we must use technology with care, with justice, and respect for all people. Technology can be helpful and positive, but we must always ask who made it, who control it, who can use it. If technology is only made for profit or it is only helps some people, then it becomes a tool of power. Foucault helps us see this hidden system. He teaches us not to trust something just because it looks new and useful. We must think critically. Foucault would probably say that transhumanism is not only about freedom or progress, it's also about power, who controls the body, who defines normal, and who gets access to new technologies. Transhumanism may look like a personal choice, but it is often shaped by systems of control, markets, and governments. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
We have time for questions. So if there are any questions in the room.
Do you hear me? Hello? Do you hear me?
Is it green?
Do you hear me?
Can you hear the question from the audience?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. So,
may I use microphone?
Thank you for your insightful presentation. And how do you think about classical transhumanism? And Sandberg said that freedom, morphological freedom, means that the like to modify their own bodies, please. And the like not to modify their own bodies. So for transhumanists, the transhumanism is the problem of selection. What kind of options they how do you think about this argument? The move for radical freedom is acceptable for full Korean perspective?
Were you able to hear the question from the audience? Turan?
Do you hear me?
Okay, I think we're not audible on Turan's side.
I can't hear anything. There is nothing voice.
But those are on, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
This.
I think it's on her side because this, which worked, is also not working anymore.
Yes, all our mics are functional.
Like what?
It seems
Yeah.
so. Yes, yes. Can you test it? Yes, yes.
Do you hear me?
Okay.
Turan, do you hear me?
I think this is not working from the other side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, shall we go to the next presentation then? Let me just, how do we write it again? So she's aware that this is not working. Not in comments.
Private chat?
Private chat, great. Okay, and
Make sure your volume is turned on. Nu, dar gen proasă, știi? Că mi se pare că n-am auzit sus ăștia, știi? Și dacă verificat de pe merge pe stream sau de fapt de tine.
Da.
Some problem.
Ok. No, spun la următoarea, că acum mergem mai departe și în următoarea persoană scriu. Da. Eu. Păi, cum să fac? Să dau remove from stage. Ok. Și... Ok, și acum acum pe iar, nu?
Hello.
Hey, Adam, can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Great. Okay, so give me just 1 second. Mark as well should be here, or just Adam? Okay.
Yeah, it's only me because Mark is sick, unfortunately, so I'll be doing it. Yeah.
Okay. I was also checking to see if we need to add somebody else. Great. So in that case, I will first introduce Mark and then you can take the stage. Okay, so that people know that both of you are. Okay. So Mark Horvath is a philosopher and art theorist working at the crossroads of post-humanism and post-anthropocentric aesthetic, political and social theory. Along with Lovas and other co-authors, Horvath's work has proven highly influential and widely cited in Hungarian academic space. Horvath's most notable works to date include the following: Az Anthropocene, posthumanismus valozatai. I think I'm completely destroying the names of the articles, so I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Darkening Places, the Isle of Lazaretto, and Havard is a respected art critic in the Hungarian art world. And now Adam, who's here with us as well, is a philosopher and researcher affiliated with Eötvös, Loránd University, and the Ludovica University in Budapest. Lovac's research interests center on posthumanism, post-anthropocentrism, process philosophy, object-oriented philosophy, complexity theory, and the 21st century approaches to political theory. Among Lovac's most notable works to date are the following monographs: H.P. Lovecraft, Posthumanista olvasatok, written together with Mark and with another colleague of his, Mario Nemes, Updating Bergson, sorry for that, Valosag Visateres, with Mark Hovard and Mark Losongs. So Adam, you have the stage. Let's see if we have a presentation for you that we also need to add.
Yeah, I'll just do a screen share if that's okay.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I think that'll be quicker, and I'll just get started. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation now? It's good.
1 second. I think I will need to add this to the stage. Oh. Now. Okay.
Okay. So thank you for being able to present at this excellent event. The topic of our presentation is the varieties of transhumanist experience. The goal of our presentation is to conceptualize transhumanism as a religion. This is a contentious issue because not everyone agrees that this is a religion, or it should be analyzed as a kind of religion. But there are scholars who believe that it does contain religious concepts. We will use William James's idea of religious experience in our paper and analyze whether transhumanism contains such experiences. Is there such a thing as a transhuman religious experience? Our point of departure is Havard Tiros Samuelson's work, who has argued that transhumanism should be viewed as a secular faith or a kind of implicit religion. So a religion which doesn't know that it's a religion. So the matters are greatly complicated by the fact that there are many transhumanists who believe in, who have religious views, such as Mormon transhumanists, for example. And our basic idea is that if it's a religion, if transhumanism is genuinely a religion, then we would need to have religious experiences present in this philosophy or in this movement. So there's no real need to go over this again, what we believe is a minimum definition of transhumanism. It's the idea that human enhancement is of any kind is the main goal. This can be psychological, mental, physical, spiritual. And transhumanists generally believe in the radical and comprehensive use of technology to increase the likelihood that we will go beyond our current limitations. Transhumanism believes that there's an ethical duty to enhance the capacities of the human being. And this can be a moral or spiritual enhancement as well. Nick Bostrom and many other transhumanists believe that we may even achieve a post-human condition when the human subject goes beyond the normal functioning of a human, of subjectivity. Now, this isn't necessarily a new idea. We can mention, for example, there's many examples from previous like philosophies. I would mention American pragmatism, which is very technologically friendly. They support using technology to enhance human experience. John Dewey, for example, he was the enhancement, or in what he called enrichment of human experience. He believed that science and technology can play a central key role in enriching experience. So this is like a proto-transhumanist idea, we could say. So it's not necessarily a new idea that technology makes us better or bigger and stronger. Transhumanism is a new manifestation of this older idea. Now, why do we believe that William James is an interesting addition to transhumanism scholarship? We believe that his definition of religion is very minimal. There's not many, it's not very complicated, and it can be integrated into the study of transhumanism because it focuses on subjective experiences, what people themselves believe and experience. And it's focused on personal and subjective dimensions of faith. And really what is key for William James, who is one of the founders of pragmatism, is the emotional lives of believers and what they perceive as the divine. Now, for William James, religion is the feelings, acts, and experiences of individual men in their solitude, so far as they apprehend themselves to stand in relation to whatever they may consider the divine. These are immediate personal experiences. Now, what makes this definition appealing is that there's not much content. And indeed, James himself says that the philosophies and theologies and all these institutional factors are not so important. What matters is how people feel, what they experience themselves. And this will be important going forward. Now, he also defines mystical experience. I won't go into too much detail here, but he believes that mystical experiences are those which defy the borders of language. They give new knowledge to us, new insights into our own experience. It's a direct kind of knowledge. These are transient. They don't last always. They are fairly short but intense. And they are also passive in the sense that we experience something, a superior being or presence, which changes our life. So a religious experience is a supernormal cognition which results in a change in the way we live. It's a felt presence. It's the presence of something more powerful than us. And it also results in the feeling that that our self doesn't end at the border of our individual body, but rather we experience an extended subliminal self or a widened self, as he calls it. So we have many components of feelings which may be familiar to some transhumanists as well already in these definitions. Also, very importantly, William James believes that self-transformation is a key goal for pragmatists and we could also add for transhumanists. So those religious ideas are the most important, which result in a change in the way I live. And William James famously experimented with various chemical methods like nitrous oxide. So he took nitrous oxide and this resulted in a kind of mystical experience. We could say an artificially induced experience. And if we accept what William James says about religious experience, then there's no real difference here between so-called real and simulated spiritual experiences. It doesn't matter what the origin of a religious experience is. This means that we could say that if someone hooks themselves up to a virtual reality platform and experiences a psychedelic religious epiphany, then that's exactly as valid as someone who did it via so-called natural means. So for William James, there's no real difference between an artificially induced spiritual experience and a so-called naturally occurring spiritual experience. And this is very important, we believe. Now, so there's no real difference between a so-called hallucination and a so-called genuine spiritual experience. Now, there are many transhumanists, as I've mentioned, who are explicitly religious. They connect transhumanism to previous religions, such as Michael Latora, for example. He's a Buddhist transhumanist. He believes that transhumanism is about alleviating suffering and helping people, basically. So that's his interpretation. So transhumanism could be said to connect with previous kinds of religions. If someone is a religious transhumanist, but are all transhumanists religious? This is the real question. And there are certainly many kinds of transhumanism which do appear to be explicitly religious, like these discourses around techno-immortality. As Aura Schussler mentions, transhumanism can be viewed as a kind of a techno-optimist belief in progress, and which will lead eventually maybe to immortality. At least if we think about figures like Ray Kurzweil, for example. He's a very big believer in that we can achieve immortality through technology. But does all this make transhumanism a religion? Some scholars believe that it is a religion, a kind of Gnostic utopianism. You can mention Michael S. Burdett, for example, who believes that transhumanism is the religion of technology. It's a kind of replacing God with technology. That's the best way to put it. We could also mention examples. So this is not a new idea. Utopianism is generally conceived of by Eric Voegelin, for example, as being a substitute for religion, a kind of Gnosticism. Some forms of transhumanism do look very much like religion, but this doesn't apply to all forms of transhumanism. We do have to differentiate between moderate transhumanism and profuse transhumanism, or the second would be the more utopian kinds of transhumanists. There's very much religious and mystical language often involved among secular transhumanists. Like Nick Bostrom, for example, in his letter from Utopia, he mentioned, I won't read all this out, but he mentions this is a post-human talking to us. It says that I feel surpassing bliss. My thoughts are beyond any human thoughts. Your brain must grow beyond the bounds of humankind, and your mind must become vast and like limitless. Your mind must be vast and expanding. So this is language which is very similar to religious mystical language of the widened self. So we could say that the post-human is a superior presence, even though it's something in the future which still influences us in the present. So this does resemble Christian eschatology in many ways, at least this kind of language, which is often, it is a staple of transhumanist discourses. Now, so again, this religious language of beatitude, awareness, bliss, unlimited mind, this does seem to resemble religion. As I mentioned, Havatirosh Samuelson believes that transhumanism is a secular faith and a new religious movement or a cult. Now, this use of language, it strikes one as pejorative, because new religious movements, yeah, they're cults. They're like closed, small movements which have elite leaders who have like a secret knowledge, and we don't generally associate good stuff with cults. So in itself, calling something a new religious movement is not necessarily a good thing. T-Ross Samuelson also mentions that it's an implicit religion, meaning not all transhumanists believe that they're doing religion, but she believes all of them are doing religion against their own. They don't know that they're religious. But it's still religion, what they're doing at the end of the day. All this talk about cyber immortality, uploading our minds to the cloud, it's all abandoning the body, these kinds of things. These do seem Gnostic and very spiritual. There's a lot of very spiritual language going on in transhumanism. So that we will melt into technology and become one with technology, become superior beings in the process. This does seem like a religious discourse. But so that T-Ross Samuelson believes that transhumanism is a hybrid of religious and secular motives, a secular faith that fits the contemporary post-secular moment. So it functions as a religion, even though it's a secularized religion. Now, the problem with this kind of methodologically, the issue with this discourse is that the researcher or the researcher of religion is saying that they know something more than the believers themselves. And this is problematic, I believe, and it doesn't really take seriously, I think, the experiences of transhumanism believers as such. T-Ross Samuelson never mentions the subjective experiences of people who identify as transhumanists, and this is a bit of a problem, I believe. I'm not going to go into this. The issue is that T-Ross Samuelson wants to critique transhumanism, but critique is not the same as description. So in the interest of critiquing transhumanism as a religion which doesn't know it's a religion, in this way, something is lost in the process. Other scholars reject the idea that transhumanism is a religion, rather it's just a secular ideology. Boris Rema has mentioned, but neither of them take into account religious experience, because if it's a religion, one would think that there's religious experiences involved in at least some of transhumanism. So in our paper, we argue that one of the best examples of scholarship which takes seriously the experiences of transhumanist believers is John Bialecki's Machines for Making Gods. Mormonism, transhumanism, and worlds without end. Basically, Mormon transhumanists believe that humans should become co-creators with God, and he's interviewed many transhumanist Mormons, the basic underlying theme of Mormon transhumanism is that we have to become co-creators of reality with God, and that there is eternal life is literally a real possibility, and everyone will become united again with their loved ones through technological means, but that the technological and the spiritual are not mutually exclusive of one another. In fact, that God actually mandates us to create more and more advanced technologies. Now, in a very interesting passage, Bialecki quotes a woman who had a kind of a complicated pregnancy, childbirth complications, And she recounts the fondness, sort of a love for technology, that the machines brought my son life. The machines brought me life. I had grown fond of them. I was filled with gratitude. I welcomed the technologies and the humanity. I listened to the humming of my beloved machines that were intimately connected to my nude body. And in this, we find all the hallmarks of a religious experience. We find the feeling of passivity, difficult to put into words, a widening of the self, inclusion of technologies in myself, gratitude, emotional intensity, and the feeling of presence of something more than me. So we could say that transhumanism can become religious and can function as a religion, but not always. It has to include these subjective factors which are felt as divine. So, for example, if a transhumanist experiments with virtual reality and religious experiences inside virtual reality, that counts as one example. Also, if we experience a love of technology, this can reach a sort of religious intensity, but not necessarily in every case. In summary, we would just reiterate these are the four characteristics of William James's idea of mystical experience. And going forward, we could there could be many lines of research looking at how transhumanists in practice, how they have these kinds of feelings. Do they have these kinds of experiences, rather than looking at the theological or the content stuff as the previous researchers quoted here often do? We have to look at how doing actually. I think there's more empirical research to be done about how transhumanists actually do they have these kinds of experiences. So we could use these four characteristics mentioned by William James in a productive way, for example, in immersive virtual reality, maybe people who use psychedelics and are transhumanists. So there's many lines of research which could be done in religious studies and which are worth doing in our view. Our paper is just a theoretical preliminary to this kind of research. So William James, I think it could be very productive using his insights to answer the question of, is this actually a religion for the people who practice transhumanism? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll now move over to questions from the audience. We have here one in front.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. I have two questions for you, but I'm going to prioritize and choose one. But first of all, thank you for the presentation. It was very, very interesting. And I would like to go back very quickly to the argument from the Mormon Transhumanist Association of co-creating human nature and reality alongside God. And especially the book that you mentioned about that. And because the thing is, that argument, okay, so this is targeted from a comment. So in 1967, in the US, 3 religious associations of Abrahamic religions, Jewish, Catholics, and Muslims, they requested the President of the United States to have a council on DNA recombination. And they have requested a report on how DNA recombination could modify human nature, assuming that human nature was a gift from God in their religions. And so the report was written, it's called Splicing Life. But in that report, a word from the Abrahamic associations was included, and the Abrahamic associations concluded that, according to the report, they were happy to apply DNA recombination to humans because they considered that humans could co-create human nature with God. And I'm wondering if the book covers this genealogy of this argument, or whether the book attributes the idea directly to the Mormon Association. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. This idea is not unique to Mormon transhumanism. So there's a very long genealogy in theology, within theology, about how much can we create. What's the status of humans in relation to God's creation? So this is a huge topic. I cannot even begin to address it in as much detail as it should be. But this is definitely worth going back to. So there's also authors who mention Judaism as being sort of most, among the major religions, being most friendly to transformation, to gene modification and these issues. I'm not an expert on Judaism. It's just one thing which came up in the literature. Thank you.
I'll take a question from online and then we'll jump over to you, Stefan. Okay, okay, Dennis, you can ask whatever you want.
Thank you so much. Very captivating presentation. My question is this: religions come from relegatio, that is establishing a relationship with a being superior to the followers of that religion. Most of the time, that supreme being also represents the creator of the followers, as well the provider of their lives. How can technological devices or entities be the subject of a religious relationship as long as they represent human creations, controlled and programmed entirely by men? Even the response of this supposed divinity, like love, empathy, is nothing more than an algorithmically programmed similarity. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. I don't want to overgeneralize about all of transhumanism because there's many different kinds of transhumanism. But if someone like a transhumanist could argue that that our technologies sort of create us at the same time, that there's at least a back and forth going on, but also some transhumanism, like the more extreme forms of transhumanism, believe that in the future post-humans who will like it's a god which is not here yet. We still need to build this god, but this god will be superior to us, but it's a future god. So there's also this kind of thing going on, that which will have all the characteristics of what previous religions attributed to the monotheistic God. So there's many different kinds, but I think there's several ways. And I think what's key is to sort of listen to transhumanists and maybe look at what, especially those who believe that they are religious. So I think that's an important takeaway, is to understand the subjective experiences of transhuman believers.
Thank you. And one more question for Stefan, and then we're going to wrap up this presentation.
As you're working on religious experience, you can hear me now? Yeah. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. As you're working on religious experience, I've got an issue with the linguistic use of certain of your phrases, because you're talking about a drug-induced religious experience. But a drug-induced experience can never be a religious experience. If it's caused by a drug, then it's just then it's a drug-induced state. A religious experience would have to be an experience of a divine entity. So by means of a drug induction, one may be open to it might help to open up the possibility of religious experience. But once you just talk about a drug-induced experience, then drug causes a delusional state. And that's why the entire usage of the term is extremely, I would strongly recommend avoiding it. And then, but once you have like, once you have a different use, when it's open up the possibility to a religious experience, then open the always, that's the same thing which can always also happen by means of meditation. So it's opening up to, you know, experiencing a divine entity. But it's never induced by something.
Yeah, I sort of, so I agree that it's not so these kinds of subcultures, which are one part of a bigger picture, that it doesn't relate to so it's a like a, I think we may conceptualize it as a media or a medium through which these people believe that they are experiencing these things. And I wouldn't equate that with transhumanism generally. I'm just, I believe that transhumanism is generally friendly to technologically, to using technology for various purposes. And the use of technology for religion can be one of these forms. So that's really all I'm saying. That's all we're saying in this paper.
Okay, thank you, Adam. I think we are going to wrap up this talk now and are going to move to our last speaker from this round. Just 1 second. Here is. Hey, John.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, very good.
Do you have a presentation?
No. I didn't make one.
Okay, good. So then, I'm going to be introducing the final speaker of today. So John received his Bachelor's of Art in Philosophy at the University of Chile. His research interests are transhumanism, critical posthumanism, and the history of philosophy, with a particular focus on Nietzsche, Heidegger, and Foucault. So John, you have the stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Andre, for your introduction, and I'm very glad to be here, even if it is remotely. Sadly, I couldn't be there this year, but well, since I'm starting my studies at Leuven, I will surely try to attend all these future instances. So thanks to Aura and the entire organization for once again hosting this Congress. What I am presenting is what I consider to be a very important question for post-human thinking, but yet it's a very simple question. So what remains of anthropological thinking after the post-human turn? So more specifically, is anthropology even necessary for post-humanism? Considering that critical posthumanism somewhat opposes the idea of a fixed human nature, this doesn't mean that we shouldn't do anthropology. Still, to a certain extent, critical posthumanism tends to forget this question. And so does transhumanist thought. In the case of transhumanism, a fixed human nature is entirely presupposed and serves as the basis for ethical thinking, for example. So in this presupposition of humanity, the abandonment of anthropology also takes place, but for a different reason. In this sense, transhumanism assumes an enlightened ideal of the human, which is traced back to Kantian thought. Nick Bostrom, for example, in his history of transhumanist thought, makes an analogy between enhancement and the majority of age, which for Kant serves as the idea of becoming rational, of that dare to make use of reason, so sapere aude. So How can we put together anthropological thinking to transhumanism or to posthumanism in general? Let's keep in mind that the posthuman for transhumanism is more or less eschatological or teleological. So these types of reflections are particularly lacking within transhumanist thinkers. Now, another question that can be raised when considering this is, are transhumanist and posthumanist philosophies already engaging in some sort of anthropological thinking? An intuitive answer to this question is that they are, but in a negative way. So first of all, let's try to understand what is anthropology. For this, as I mentioned earlier very briefly, we must first take a look at Kant's anthropology. Kantian anthropology is the philosophical study of the human being as a rational, moral, and historical agent, with the goal of understanding human nature in order to cultivate freedom, autonomy, and moral self-improvement. So more importantly, it's also a pragmatic way of thinking. Kant distinguishes pragmatic anthropology from physiological anthropology. So while physiological anthropology studies what nature makes of the human being, such as biology or anatomy, pragmatic anthropology studies what the human being makes of himself as a free agent. So this is one of the main points he's trying to prove in his anthropology from a pragmatic point of view. It was one of the last books that were published while Kant was still alive. And it was a compilation of his lectures on the subject of anthropology during nearly 15 years. So for Kant, anthropology is important because it contributes to the project of enlightenment and moral development. Knowing oneself helps one exercise autonomy, a central idea in Kantian ethics. So anthropology helps individuals better understand their inclinations, their emotions, and their habits so that they may govern them in accordance with moral law. Though Kant's anthropology draws on empirical observation, it is always oriented by philosophy, particularly moral philosophy. It is not merely descriptive, but aimed at cultivating practical wisdom. Excuse me. Now, in his logic lectures, Kant summarizes the entirety of philosophy as organized around four fundamental questions. What can I know, which relates to metaphysics? What I ought to do, which relates to ethics? What may I hope, which relates to religion? And finally, and the most important one, is what is man, which relates to the anthropological question. For Kant, this last question, what is man, encompasses the first three, showing the centrality of anthropology to his system. If we take into consideration, and here's another point I am trying to make, the Foucauldian idea that most posthumanists share, which is the idea that man ought to disappear, which is called the death of man, one can immediately see that anthropological thinking is displaced and rendered useless. With the death of man, says Foucault, comes the awakening from the anthropological slumber, making reference to Kant's dogmatic slumber. The concept of anthropological slumber is very on point with what critical posthumanism aims to fulfill, the displacement of man as the center of knowledge. So for Foucault, the idea of the anthropological slumber as a condition of modern thoughts in which the human sciences sleepwalk into assuming man as the unquestioned center of knowledge. We assume that the human being can ground knowledge of the world through reason. At the same time, we treat the human being as an object among others, an object that can be known through empirical observation, such as biology, psychology, or sociology, or any other discipline that attempts to describe man through these positive descriptions, through these empirical positive descriptions. This eventually, according to Foucault, leads to a collapse of the distinction between the transcendental and the empirical, a collapse that Kant had originally tried to clarify in the Critique of Pure Reason. According to Foucault, especially in the order of things, Modern human sciences, such as psychology, sociology, or anthropology, rest on a double assumption which was inherited from Kant. We can empirically study human beings as an object, but we already know what a human being is as knowing subjects. This is what Foucault calls the empirical transcendental doublet. It's a paradoxical figure that grounds knowledge and is subject to it at the same time. This is the core of anthropological slumber. It's a failure to see that human being is not a stable foundation but a historical construct. So there are three core texts for what I want to put across here from the Foucauldian corpus that are essential to understanding the anthropological critique. The first one, and the most famous, is obviously The Order of Things. The second one is his complementary doctoral dissertation, The Introduction to Kant's Anthropology. And the third, which is a lesser known text, which was recently published in French language in 2022, is called La Question Anthropologique, which was recently translated into Spanish as La Cuestión Antropológica just recently last year. So I'm very lucky to have that. It's a compilation of notes that were presented for his courses at the University of Lille during the years 54 and 55. So I will try to summarize this text as simply as I can so we can understand the relevance of Foucauldian critique and the connection to post-human thinking. The Introduction to Kant's Anthropology lays out the work that Foucault fully deploys in The Order of Things. He makes this interesting work of studying the relevance of anthropological thought to philosophy. In this sense, Foucault concludes that anthropology is essential to the critical Kantian project, which is at the heart of the Enlightenment. What is even more interesting is that in La Question Anthropologique, 10 years before the introduction, Foucault already concludes the same idea. And he goes even further by saying that anthropology is ultimately the end of philosophy, which is also the point he's trying to make in The Order of Things. By presupposing the human subject as this stable start point of all possible knowledge, the question, what is man, is what we should try to answer over any other question. This undermines the critical project, essentially reducing it to this anthropological interrogation. In these courses, he presents this bold idea that a philosophy that attempts to overcome its own assumptions is the proper way of philosophizing. In this sense, he regards Marxism and the concept of alienation as the best example there is. This is made in contrast to the Kantian critical project, which lays upon the idea of human as something stable, but yet not overcome. Instead, it aims to uncover the very same idea of the human being while also assuming it has its own metaphysical existence. This idea of philosophically overcoming one's own assumptions is, I believe, where we can start to think post-humanism from an anthropological point of view. If post-human thought aims to overcome the human in the same sense that Foucault attempts to awake us from the anthropological slumber, then we have a somewhat clear connection between one and the other. The question here is, how is anthropology even relevant to the post-human discussion? The question, I propose that the Foucauldian standpoint helps us understand what we are precisely trying to overcome, the human as a stable subject. And this is the great virtue of posthumanism that is sometimes and somewhat ignored. Neil Badminton says that there is this eagerness to talk about the post-human, but nobody really cares about what we are trying to overcome, the human. It's fair to say that the common ground of posthumanism is that there is yet an undetermined post-human subject, but this transition from the human to the post-human is not quite clear because we just talk about the post-human. In this sense, The philosophy of Stefan Sorgner, for example, is very valuable to these same endeavors. He adopts the Nietzschean standpoint of the ontology of permanent becoming and the becoming of the overhuman. So this kept me thinking for a while and made me question if the texts that are considered as classics from posthumanist literature, such as Braidotti's The Posthuman or Wolff's What is Posthumanism, can be considered as philosophical anthropology. None of these books ever referred to themselves in that way, but if we consider the Foucaultian critique of Kant's anthropology, one can raise the question if these books are, in a sense, anthropological treatises. Now, regarding the spectrum of posthumanist philosophies, on the one hand, we have classic transhumanism, which rests upon humanistic assumptions, and the fixed human subject, which is what Foucault criticized as the end of philosophy. That is, a thinking that presupposes the notion of the human being. On the other hand, we have critical posthumanism, which essentially attempts to overcome the same notion of the human being, but wrongfully forgets the very same idea that it pretends to criticize. So, having said that, these texts from posthumanist literature should still be considered as philosophical anthropology. In a sense, yes and no. Let's take, for example, The Posthuman by Rossi Braidotti. Throughout the entire book, Braidotti emphasizes the idea that we are relational subjects, that we are not just body or just mind, that we humans do not possess an essence, that we are intertwined with all beings in the world. These are anthropological claims that pretend to overcome the aforementioned anthropological slumber. Another example is Sorgner's We Have Always Been Cyborgs, which in the title we can already find yet another anthropological claim, but using the concept of the human in order to overcome it. A reason to not consider this text as anthropological philosophy is that when we posit a posthuman subject, particularly referring to the critical posthumanist subject, by the way, is that they're talking about something completely different. They are not describing the human, they are describing the post-human. The human, in this case, is kept as an old relic of our humanistic past. So, having all this considered, is post-humanism doing anthropology or is doing something else, something that we could call post-anthropology? Should post-humanism adopt anthropological thinking? If anthropology is linked to philosophy insofar as to be the cornerstone of all philosophy, like Kant proposed, all knowledge is ultimately knowledge of man, then how should we conceive the current human being, the human being whose supposed essence is threatened by artificial intelligence, is threatened by nuclear war, is threatened by climate change? So the efforts of posthumanism have to rely on an understanding not only of the future, of the post in posthuman, but rather the human, that is to say, on some sort of anthropology. It sounds a bit odd to defend posthumanism, which advocates for post-anthropocentrism, and at the same time defending the idea of the integration of anthropology in posthumanist philosophy. But as Foucault stated, and as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't have to do with the idea of the human per se, but rather understanding that human is historical and contingent. When we have this idea in consideration, we can come to terms with this apparent contradiction. So why should we, as posthumanists, have to talk about the human? Why should we still talk about that thing which we want to leave behind? Is it viable to talk about non-anthropocentric anthropology? In a sense, posthuman anthropology can be found not just in answering the Kantian question of what is man, but rather attending to the other three questions we mentioned. What can I know, what I ought to do, and what may I hope? A form of this posthuman anthropology can be found in what Karen Barad calls the ontoethical epistemology, where knowledge, ontology, and ethics are intrinsically intertwined due to our grounding on the earth. An answer to the question, what may I hope, regarding religion, Stefan Sorgner, in his Philosophy of Posthuman Art, already tries to answer this question. What happens to monotheistic religions after the posthuman turn? He does not close the possibility to monotheistic religions, appealing to Vatsimo's philosophy. It seems that we can start to answer the question of posthuman anthropology when we stop relating all possible knowledge to knowledge of the human. Instead, we see not man, but rather a different entity when we attempt to answer the fundamental questions posited by Kant. That was the main point of Foucauldian critique, that philosophy lost itself trying to answer the question, what is man, while forgetting everything else. Well, this is not a definitive answer to what posthuman anthropology can be or should be, but it raises the question, how do we conceive the death of man from a posthumanist perspective? So having that in consideration, I believe it's a bit of a step further on the philosophical foundations of posthuman thinking, of course. This is still a work in progress, but we can already start to conceive how some literature regarding the posthuman can also be regarded as philosophical anthropology. Thank you very much. That was my presentation.
Okay, thank you, John. So, who has questions?
Juan, can you hear me?
I can hear you like in the background from Andre's microphone.
Ooh, from another microphone. And maybe from my phone. We're going to change microphones. Can you hear me now?
It's the same, but I can still hear you, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very interesting. And my knowledge on critical posthumanism is quite limited. But from that, I'm also inspired by your presentation. My take on this is, I'm going to be quite frankly with this, I don't think posthuman anthropology is possible from critical posthumanism. If I'm just recalling basically the beginning of Braidoti's The Posthuman Book, we've never been humans. We've never been humans in a Kantian sense, and therefore, my take on that is that I think she's proposing to leave behind anthropology. And if I think of other thinkers like badminton, but also I don't remember the author of who became consumer. And also Carrie Wolf, posthumanism, and they would consider that the field is more animal studies because we cannot make the approaches. So posthumanism includes all sentient beings, including potential machine sentient beings like artificial intelligence. And I wonder if rather than anthropology, it would be biology and computer science, the philosophical and scientific framework of posthumanism. I'm just wondering what you think about my comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's also something I think about, like, is it even possible to talk about posthuman anthropology? I know it sounds like a bit oxymoronic to talk about it, but what you said, it's what Braidoti says about prescinding from anthropology is also something that Foucault states very clearly in one of his earlier interviews before The Order of Things. He states that never in the history of humanity we have given a positive description of humanity until Kant. So the thing is that there is like this birth of the figure of man, but also there's this idea that the human will soon disappear. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is not that it's something a little bit complicated for me to formulate right now, but it has to do with if post-humanism and its philosophical anthropology, philosophical anthropology talk about the human, talk about the post-human. How does it do that? That's the main reasoning. Like, is anthropology even relevant to post-humanism? I don't have the answer to that yet.
We're having trouble connecting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're back. We just had a bit of a tech glitch. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember what the question was from before?
Yeah, I remember.
Let's jump into that.
I was replying, and then all of a sudden it disconnected. But what I was trying to say is that I don't even know if anthropology, how is anthropology relevant to posthumanism? The thing is, we are talking about a specific subject, an undetermined subject, but a subject that exists in the philosophical language. In this sense, Rosi Braidotti has her own definition of the post-human. Stefan Sorgner has its own definition of the post-human. It's not an agreed upon subject. The thing is that this like these declarations, I'm lack of a better word in my vocabulary, I'm sorry, of what a post-human subject is also a form of anthropology, is also a form of pointing out that this particular subject is in this particular way. And when we attempt to do that, as you said, via biology or computer science, what we are doing is essentially anthropology. we are trying to define specific characteristics of the human or the post-human through these empirical observations, which is the first differentiation that Kant makes between, pragmatic anthropology and physiological anthropology. In this sense, I believe that post-human anthropology takes the shape of pragmatic anthropology rather. I mean, it's not to prioritize one or the other, but it's to make clear that we are doing anthropology when we talk about the post-human. As long as we are trying to understand the post-human, to define the post-human, we are doing anthropology.
Yeah, Google.
Well, can you hear me again?
Yes.
I just simply want to comment that your answer, thank you for your answer, and it seems very, very close to the idea of talking about the end of philosophy by doing philosophy, and talking about the end of anthropology by doing anthropology. It reminds me of that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
We have time for one more question in the audience, if there's anybody else that wants to intervene. Okay, if not, we are going to take our break now, and we'll be back at 5 EET for the next session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Come.
Everything is okay?
I think so. Is everything okay?
Okay.
Put in presentation mode. Can the participants hear us?
Yes.
Okay, should put in presentation mode. Andiamo. This.
Diana, se vede așa ucide eu? Da? Nu hai prezintă.
Ok. Să microfonul meu sau...
Prezintă. Vezi? Prezintă. So come, it's fine.
Right, so welcome back. The fourth session. We begin with Michele Diana, presentation human to human, transhuman, the tech paradox of cybernetic surgery. Professor Michele Diana obtained a medical degree in Rome and specialized in general surgery in Switzerland. He obtained a PhD in medical sciences and received the Via Legendi at the University of Strasbourg in France. Additionally, he holds an executive master's in business administration from inside business school. He is faculty member, leading scholar of leading scholar surgical societies, including SAGES, the European Association of Endoscopic Surgery, the International Society of Fluorescence-Guided Surgery, and the International Society of Medical Innovation and Technology. His main transnational research interests include image-guided surgery, surgical robotics, and surgical applications of machine learning. He has authored more than 250 peer-reviewed papers and book chapters and has an impressive here's index of 49.
Oh, you can see.
If we are ready.
That's good. Okay. Thank you so much, Anton. So basically, what says all this list of titles and this academic, let's say, pathway is that I'm unsatisfied. So being a surgeon for roughly 20 years, operated a bit more than 1,000 patients, it has some impact, but it's not enough. Then you do what? You turn yourself into a translational researcher. If you come out with something that other surgeons can uptake, then they will multiply your impact, operating and saving more lives. Then you understand that at a given point in time, what really makes and can make the difference is having purpose, and having purpose requires some business force. And I will try to make an argument to understand where I see a paradox between technology and the real life, the real world, and where I think that transhumanism can be seen as a potential, as a tool, as a powerful tool to make things advancing. So, above all, I think I'm a transhumanist, and since ever, it's just that I didn't know, I didn't give a name to it. This is we have in Geneva the WE Center for Neuroscience, and they have a brain-computer interface ability that I'm looking forward to work with. So this is me as my medical illustrator sees me, a bit slimmer than I am. We published this in 2015, so 10 years ago, the concept of cybernetic surgery. So the leveraging computer science, robotic sciences to enhance the senses that are required to perform surgery. So augmenting the brain with artificial intelligence, augmenting the hand with robotics, and augmented the eyes comes with the concept of image-guided surgery. And we even, thinking to this new surgeon, we thought about a new hybrid operating room. The video doesn't work, it doesn't matter, in which basically we put together several different technologies that were enabling the surgeon to obtain 3 superpowers. Seeing in transparency, literally through and across the body with technology like CT scan, MRI, but that are reconstructed. So obtaining a digital twin of the patient, seeing the microscopic in real time, which are technology that enable you to do a biopsy, basically, without physically taking out the piece and waiting 15 days to get it analyzed, and seeing the invisible. These are technologies like fluorescence imaging, hyperspectral imaging, and I will show something that allows to see through the tissues in superficial, but things that are literally invisible because we use wavelengths that are beyond the visible wavelengths. And doesn't. Okay. So what do we have in common? Transhumanism as a concept and medicine that we try to push back. That right is the greatest fear of all, the fear of dying, and there is a universal and constant energy. I define it as a galactic energy that goes across living and non-living, so existing things, and is the survival instinct somehow. This willingness, this powerful willingness of prosecute ourselves, of expanding ourselves. The first way to achieve a little immortality is to have kids, right? That will survive me like 10, 20 years, 30 years, prolonging my information, my set of information. And if pharaohs have built pyramids that are there since 4,500 years, it's because their memory somehow remains in the collective, in the collectivity. So cybernetics comes from Greek, right? That means the kybernetike is the one that drives the ship, right? So the art of control. And natural cybernetics is physiology, auto-regulation. And of course, artificial cybernetics is computer science and computer vision, etc. So now we use cybernetics to build prostheses, to build computer-brain interfaces. But what we envision as the future of cybernetics is to build the foundational, even if through phases that look like science fiction or not even science fiction, simply fantasy, with the aim, with the object of prolonging life in a kind of visionary and the extreme way. So through a phase in which, by keeping the head alive, we will eliminate 90% of causes of mortality, of death, let's say, and like in a Futurama, the mind uploading that. I don't feel like any crazy anymore since I'm with you, because those are concepts you discuss freely and you think about what are the let's say the key points and the key moral and ethical issues to consider. And the fantasy, of course, will be the merger and literally creating new species, because this is a chance that Sapiens Sapiens is the first in the history of evolution that has intersected the curve of evolution, maybe with the ability to modify it. At least as a techno-optimistic is where I hope. But this is, let's say, let me tell you about a more gradualist approach. The bulky work that I have done, all these papers that were mentioned. So we have used surgical artificial intelligence in all those phases. So in the preoperative, the predictive analytics, but also in the therapy phase, with the creation of the black box, the workflow recognition, planning, simulation, navigation, decision support, up to the autonomy. I will show you something. So the first thing, we created a concept of the black box. The project name was Condor, the connected operating room, in which basically we took all the devices that are in an operating room, and all the data were analyzed into a literally like a black box, so that all the events could be synchronized somehow, and also trying to interfere and extract meaningful data. Our aim was to create a Rosetta Stone so that the machine and us, we could speak the same language. We had to teach to the machine what is surgery. And there is really not a single video that works. All these are all videos. Anyway, so in terms of planning and simulation, how it works, so the workflow, you create a digital twin here. And in this digital twin, this would have been animated, showing how you can pre-cut when you are home. Surgeon is home, he prepares the intervention, he makes a pre-cut, he sees the structures through, he can make some simulation, applying some tools and seeing what happens. So it literally like preparing a flight, he can prepare the procedure the day before, and then during the procedure, the digital twin can be overlaid onto the patients to obtain augmented reality guidance. This is really I'm so sad that you cannot see that. In terms of predictive analytics, we run several projects. In this case, we were using the so-called radiomics. So we were extracting features elaborated by several architectures of convolutional neural network. And this is my PhD, Simone Famularo. Basically, what he found out, a tool, the only existing tool so far that was really recent, so November 24, that can predict if a patient will have a liver failure after a surgical procedure with an accuracy of 99.7%. 99.7%. So, and this is another trial we called Ex Machina. The idea of this trial is to obtain autonomous anatomy recognition with the help of, on 77 patients, with the help of a light-based system that's called hyperspectral, that scans the tissues and makes a kind of chemical analysis of the tissues. This is Elisa Bannoni, a PhD of mine, May 2004. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. So 169 patients, that's the largest case in, this is a new science that's called surgical optomics. Basically, the machine, after a training, they was trained in Strasbourg. There are 2 data sets, and was tested and validated in Verona, a large center in Italy in which they do a lot of pancreatic surgery. And it could recognize autonomously up to 13 tissue types with an accuracy between 95 and 96%. Again, a video, sorry. So let's augment the end. So today there are 5 major, let's say, robotic companies. They use this term as a marketing tool because that's not robotics. This is telemanipulation. But what something which we do believe is pure robotics. It means autonomous robotics. So, and why we believe in this, and why this is important. This is the Lancet report of the WHO, so the World Health Organization. You've seen a little bit of technology, but today we are 8 billion, and 5 billion of our fellow planetary citizens, 5 billion, have no access to medical image, no access. And 2.3 billion have no access to the simplest form of surgery, nothing, not even a stitch, zero. And don't think about, don't imagine that this is in isolated areas in Africa or very low income countries. 1/3 of Americans, 1/3 of the inhabitants of the richest country in the world, 100 million, are in extremely poor conditions when it comes to healthcare. Even the Obamacare reform didn't solve the problem. The richest country in the world. And why is this? This is because the costs in healthcare are not the technology, are salaries, human resources. It can go up to 90% in some circumstances. And if you look at this other graph, you see in green, this long line in green, is physicians. This is over years, 70 to 2015. That's how doctors have increased, or physicians not only. And you see this red area on the curve there? These are administrators, right? And do you think 2015, do we have more fresher data? Yes, it's going worse. 2025, it's going worse. So why I'm making this point? If we want to democratize healthcare, we need to take an industrialization approach. I'm sorry, because it seems that this is a bit sensitive as argument. We need to industrialize healthcare and take out the man of the loop. So we need to reduce the working forces. And we can do this. We can do this if I take just the example of surgery. This is not sci-fi. This is absolutely feasible and possible. And so with different level of autonomies, in the bench, in the lab, we are at ultimate level of autonomy. In the clinical practice, it's level 0, it's telemanipulation. Or level 1, because the telemanipulator at least allows to reduce the natural tremor of the surgeon. That's the only thing that we have that we are allowed to do because of regulatory issues. And this video is super important. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. This is a robot that takes into account whatever I've said so far. This has been made in Strasbourg, so my institute. And basically, it calculates based on the body reconstruction the perfect ballistic to target the tumor, and then the needle will hit the tumor and will use energies to destroy the tumor without the need of any human intervention. And this would have been just another video that it shows how if you move the targets, the needle will follow. This discipline is called cognitive mechatronics. So it's AI and robotics together. And so take out the man out of the loop if we want to democratize. If I use different words, I can say to make it more humane, you should take out the man out of the healthcare system. So you say, wow, this is really shocking. We'll have the empathy, we'll have, this is really a pity because I will not be able to show you the other video. So this is Guinter, one of my last PhDs that finished this year in February. So he has set up a system because the next would have been the demonstration. So he's director, right? He likes to eat. So basically he has created, and I will show you this video after because it's really, he has created a system that literally, after it has been trained with a huge amount of data, basically you take a very cheap ultrasonography that costs 1,500 euros, you put it in the middle of nowhere, in whatever you want, and you can go there like a simple citizen, and you scan yourself. In the video, he closes his eyes, he just holds the breath, and automatically the system, and in his case, it's pathological because he has a steatosis. It tells, hey, your liver is a bit fat, whatever, but it is capable of diagnosing several things. I'm about to conclude. So the strong message is to make it more humane, one should eventually reduce what's the largest amount of cost, because actually what we really face is this difficulty with implementing innovations because of the overlay, let's say, regulatory hurdles that are posed, and obviously there are no experts on the future, so there are catastrophic outlooks like AI and robots will dominate us on a side. On another side, there are like techno-progressists that think that these production systems should belong to all of us, and then a sort of autonomous luxury communism, and we will benefit just because we do exist of the whatever comes. Well, this doesn't really work from a business perspective. So what is really required there, and it will be clearly in the middle of somewhere there, is to find the right and appropriate business model that will make this for everyone. Because that's, in few words, what is the paradox? Is that to democratize and humanize healthcare, we need a progressive reduction of human workforces, and that business is a force for good, because without the appropriate profitable business model, fundamental technology will not become available. So the thinking that transhumanism, and they're thinking about the elite of all this, because everybody thinks about masks, and that's not what the problem becomes really difficult to explain. Inequality exists. Today we have like 1% of the world population that owns more than 50% of the entire wealth. And this is not going to change anytime soon. And it's not by attacking the neoliberalism that's behind that this is going to be solved. And at least in my opinion. And probably we should really consider that we are a species in transit, and we should welcome Homo sapientissimus. And from the medical perspective, the presentation ends with the fact that it's certainly hard to say when machine will replace human physicians, but it's already the case that physicians that are not AI assisted are being replaced. And that's simply a fact, and it's natural evolution. And I had some quotes as well, but unfortunately we had to adapt. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry because it's all visual. So
in the back, somebody can help us.
Did they see online?
Yeah, they did.
So thanks for the presentation. I especially love that slide, with the robots and the plastic.
Yeah.
I think that describes very well where we are as Europe right now.
Yeah.
And since you're talking about all the things that we can already do, but that legislation is stopping us from actually even trying to experiment with, because we're not even allowed to actually try to experiment on a scale to do proper studies to see if this is possible, right?
Yeah.
So, have you thought about various legislative regions throughout the world, and what are the possibilities of circumventing various limits?
Yes, absolutely. And this is so the world is beautiful, is large, and is diverse. And clearly, for several reasons, there are areas of the world in which, let's say, the priorities are different. Let's put it like this: simply, the priorities are different, and the problem is that then what makes the validity and the validation is the academic workforce as well, which has the peer review. That's the peer review system. So obviously, when papers come from those areas of the world, the chances of hitting the streamline science that those are really, really small when not need. And so this is why surgery in particular has been lagging behind the technological developments. So autonomous robotics in the automotive exists since the 70s. I was 13 when I visited one of the most automated car factory in the world. And I was 13 several years ago. So it means that the technological gap there, so let's say the technological leap, let's take it the other way, is small, but the regulatory leap to make it happen, it has been monstrous. So the first telerobotically assisted operation was in 1995. And basically, so, well, I mean, you say it's because you really need to prove beyond any doubt. It's of course, it's good it's necessary to prove that those systems are safe. But let's say our problem, maybe this should have been also be one of the arguments, is that we as a species are capable of accepting a higher risk when we know who to blame. So if I can identify someone, say, it was your fault, then I'm capable of accepting a higher risk. So, this is crazy, right? So if I have a 5% chances of having an accident over 1,000 kilometers with a given driver, and 0.1 in a self-driving car. And we still think, yeah, but technology can fail. You see, today we have a bad connection, etc. So I prefer the driver. But actually, that's the point. I mean, you can die in both cases, but you emotionally, we are capable of taking more risk if someone says, okay, but it was my fault. So there's this responsibility transfer that I think is a human bias that we should try to create an algorithm to overcome.
One and brief.
Brief. Okay. Well, I'll say first that thank you very much. Your presentation was very enlightening, and I think, in my perspective, it's great to know where science is at. And sometimes when you study transhumanism, you think it's beyond or not, but it's a very interesting point. Automating healthcare, it's, from my point of view, going to clash with patients' rights. It's going to be difficult to overcome that issue. Patients might demand be operated by a human person. What is your take on that?
1 minute, same thing. So the level of precision of some of those systems. So the robot I wanted to show you, the one that we made, is not a commercial product, but there is a commercial product, and you can check. It's called AP1. It's made in France, and actually, so the robot does almost everything by itself. Then the surgeon has to do this. So checking is a responsibility, right? Yes. But there is no way on the planet, no way that a human being with his hands would have placed extraordinary videos. There are 3 needles that are placed in a liver lesion in such a parallel way, like the Mercedes symbol with 120-degree. Do this manually? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No way. But you need to check with your finger.
Okay, thank you for the talk. And we can move on to the second speaker in this session. Okay. Marius Markutskas. The talk, the representation of the phenomenon of disability in the transhumanist paradigm of thought, the controversy between classic and Euro transhumanism. So Marius completed his doctoral studies in philosophy, defended his doctoral dissertation on transhumanism, and obtained his PhD at Vilnius University in 2022. His main research interests include transhumanism, posthumanism, bioethics, disability studies, and social and political philosophy. He currently works at Vytautas Magnus University, where he conducts postdoctoral research on the intersections of transhumanism and disability. Marius, we are listening to your presentation.
Hello to everyone. I'm just trying to upload my slides now. I see it is uploading, but I can't open it. So 1 minute, okay? I hope. Oh, can you see it now or no?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. Thank you for introducing me, and thank you for accepting me to be part of this great conference. Today I'm going to speak on a topic that has recently entered the scope of my academic interest. I will be discussing how the phenomenon of disability is seen within the transhumanist paradigm. This presentation is closely related to the postdoc research I'm currently conducting at Vytautas Magnus University in Kaunas, Lithuania, which is funded by the Research Council of Lithuania. I have been studying transhumanism for quite some time now and defended my PhD dissertation on the topic of a few years ago. However, the truth is that this
specific question of the relationship between transhumanism and disability is something new for me. At the moment, I'm delving deeply into the field of disability studies, looking for some common points or intersections between ideas about the human found in that field and those proposed by transhumanist philosophy. Incidentally, I know disability not only from theoretical texts, but also from personal experience. Perhaps not everyone here knows that I myself have a mobility disability. I am a wheelchair user, and this lived experience, in fact, also shapes the research I am currently conducting on its own way. I have a forthcoming article in which I reflect on transhumanist thought through the lens of my own experience with disability, but I won't go into more detail about that now. Let's save it for another occasion. So, how is disability seen or represented within transhumanist discourse? In order to provide some conceptual framing for this session, I have chosen to draw on the distinction primarily outlined by Stefan Sorgner between classic transhumanism and Euro-transhumanism. I essentially associate Euro-transhumanism with weak transhumanism, also having in mind Sorgner's philosophical context, and thus I use these terms interchangeably. The very existence of this distinction, as one might easily sense, indicates that transhumanist thought is not rigidly structured in terms of its ideas or goals. It's rather a theoretically nuanced worldview. Accordingly, one can also anticipate that the answer to the question of how the phenomenon of disability is represented within the frameworks of transhumanism depends on which vantage point of transhumanist thought, classic strict, or Euro-transhumanism weak, is adopted. And it seems that such an intuition is indeed reasonable. It is true that the entire paradigm of transhumanist thought is grounded in an anthropological stance which assumes that the current human being is in many ways physically, mentally, cognitively, psychologically, morally, etc., imperfect. That human potential remains unfulfilled, or that human life is not fully enabled. Accordingly, transhumanists believe that both the human being and the conditions of human existence can be improved through scientific knowledge and technological advancements. Essentially, everything I am saying here can be found either explicitly or implicitly stated, for example, in the Transhumanist Declaration by Humanity Plus. Nevertheless, this idea unfolds in distinct ways across the works of various transhumanist thinkers. While in general one can detect a shared spirit in these writings, a spirit that aligns with the Declaration's emphasis on enhancing the human being and their existential conditions by technologically enabling humans, eliminating their limitations and introducing new capabilities, there is by no means unanimous agreement or even widespread consensus among these thinkers regarding what exactly constitutes the good that transhumanist efforts should aim toward, nor which abilities should be considered essential to revealing or expanding the existential potential of humanity. Looking from the perspective of disability, a possible integrative point for transhumanist thought could be the conceptual assumption that all human beings are, in a sense, existentially or ontologically disabled. This disability is anthropological in its essence, species-based. It is the disability of the human as a kind of being manifesting in various forms, such as, for example, the inability not to become ill, not to age, not to be vulnerable, not to suffer, and ultimately not to die. In its purest theoretical form, and here I personally associate such purity with what I called classic transhumanism, that is a kind of anthropology which essentially stems out and expands the ultra-humanist thinking, grounded in the idea that there exists an objective ideal or perfection, a kind of Renaissance genius, as Stefan Sorgner aptly describes it. So in its purest form, transhumanist thinking presents itself as a program of radical anthropological engineering. It aims to transform the inherently limited human being into a post-human entity that no longer experiences any existential limitations. It is not surprising that the first empirical examples and potential targets of such transformation are people with disabilities. This is because, as renowned disability studies scholar Rosemary Garland Thompson observes, our dominant understanding is that disability confers pain, disease, functional limitation, disadvantage, and social stigma, limits opportunities, and reduces quality of life. Within this ableist cultural framework, disabled people are seen as those whose human potential has not been realized completely and whose lives are simply tragic stories. Moreover, we could say that from the perspective of classic transhumanism, people with disabilities are perceived as doubly disabled, metaphysically or ontologically, that is merely by being members of the human species, and empirically, as individuals who lack even those properties and abilities that are characteristics of an already imperfect species. This understanding of disabled individuals embedded within transhumanist thought becomes a foundational assumption for presenting them presumed to be the most visible embodied manifestations of human limitation, and, as mentioned, as those most in need of scientific and technological reengineering. Such reengineering, in turn, is expected to enable both the development of their individual capacities, I mean disabled persons, right, and the unfolding of the species-wide existential potential of humanity. Furthermore, disabled persons are positioned as the prime candidates whose transformation could compellingly demonstrate that the human condition is in fact transformable, specifically through the elimination of empirical disability, which would entail a structural modification of the human species itself and maybe will lead to metaphysical or ontological transformations of humanity. At the academic level, the claim that such a representation of persons with disabilities is indeed characteristic of transhumanism is clearly supported by the fact that in an increasing number of transhumanist-oriented bioethical works, particularly those examining the actual or potential transformative effects of emerging technologies, most often biotechnologies, persons with disabilities constitute the group that receives, if not the most, then certainly a particularly high level of attention from scholars. This focused attention is not accidental, rather it is grounded in an understanding of disability as a problem to be solved. This is also a main reason why transhumanism is often critically associated with eugenic practices, and specifically with the threats such practices pose to people with disabilities. This conviction, characteristic of classic transhumanism and similarly present in the eugenic projects of the 20th century, which had, as we know very well, tragic consequences for the lives of disabled people, manifests itself in the underlying assumption that disability is incompatible with conceptions of the good life and that we are morally obliged to act in ways that minimize the existence of disability and people living with it. Perhaps the most representative theoretical articulation of this stance can be found in the works of Iulian Savulescu, more specifically in his formulation and development of the so-called principle of procreative beneficence, which I believe is quite well known to many of you and which, in the interest of time, I will not discuss in detail today. For today, it will suffice to know that there exists a transhumanist alternative to Savulescu's perspective and to classic transhumanism as well. This alternative is embodied in the philosophy of Sorgner, more specifically in his development of the concept of weak transhumanism, which, as I have already mentioned, I tend to conceptually identify with the Euro-transhumanism. In my opinion, among transhumanist thinkers, it is Sorgner who comes closest to the idea that disability itself can be understood as a positive contribution to human existence, or even as a potential source of existential advantage, while not abandoning the core transhumanist idea that scientific and technological advancement can indeed transform human beings and human existence toward more enhanced forms. Sorgner simultaneously insists that transhumanist thought should not be restricted by any fixed conception of perfection or the good life. By rejecting the so-called common sense conception of the good life promoted by Savulescu, a conception incompatible with the recognition of value in the experience of disability, and more precisely, denying the universalist pretensions of this particular conception, Sorgner, in his We Have Always Been Cyborgs, seeks to ground a pluralistic understanding of the good. In doing so, he draws upon reflections on the phenomenon of disability, showing that disability may be viewed as a form of human power, and thus as unique form of good. Sorgner specifically refers to the example of deafness, which compellingly illustrates the idea that we can never be certain which of our attributes or traits should or could be considered existential advantages or disadvantages. He writes, quote, "It cannot be excluded that there will be a situation in the future in which there will be so much loud noise that only the deaf will be able to bear the noise and survive. It seems to be impossible for us to know which capacities will be the ones that will guarantee our own survival and our living well in the future. End of quote. This example, as presented by Sorner, allows us to view disability just as a form of difference. He makes this clearly when describing the evolution of his own perspective on deafness. Quote, "Initially, it was difficult for me to imagine for myself that a deaf person is not disabled but merely different. However, by recognizing the wide range of preferences, choices, tastes, and cultures in all parts of the world at various times, I realized how important it is to recognize that a different human being might regard different capacities as important and different shapes as attractive." End of quote. Nevertheless, what I believe must also be emphasized here, and where even Sorner's view could be further developed, is the following point. We don't need to imagine any hypothetical future scenarios in which disability might be regarded as a specific or unique form of human power. So-called disability already provides examples of genuine human capacities, for instance, to open up distinct communicative perspectives and to positively shape our cultural mode of being. This is what I discuss with my students, future special education teachers, in my lectures on the philosophy of communication. How should we evaluate Braille or sign language, for example? Do they constitute evidence of a communicative deficit within humanity? Or are they, on the contrary, expressions of unique cultural power, expansions of humanity's communicative potential, and manifestations of alternative skill sets? Would we even be aware of these modes of communication and their rich cultural expressions, such as signed language, poetry, or tactile art, if blindness and deafness did not exist at all? I believe my central point becomes clear here. Disability represents a reservoir of specific and even unique existential experiences. People with disabilities enrich humanity by expanding the horizons of its abilities, including the ability to understand and articulate the world through alternative and irreducible modes of experiencing reality. Even my own wheelchair, which I use to replace the function of walking, allows me to experience the world differently from so-called normal individuals. I can, for instance, move faster and further than most people walk or run, and it becomes my normal. Yep, of course, it is technological speed. However, it is precisely due to my disability why I need this technology, and it is precisely me who experiences this kind of hybrid, nor human nor fast vehicle being, right? To conclude my talk, I would like to add that in my view, transhumanism can only succeed, have a genuinely positive impact on humanity if it learns to recognize the diversity of human experience and commits to empowering that diversity through technology, not by remaking people into something they are not, and thereby avoiding the repetition of the tragic eugenic lessons of the 20th century, but by empowering them to become who they are or what they wish to be. And in this regard, I believe that the weaker version of transhumanism, Euro-transhumanism, is in fact much stronger than its strict classic counterpart. Thank you for your attention.
Benevolent. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, questions then. Questions, comments?
Marius, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you for your presentation. Then following the presentation, I have a question running in my head all the time, and it was very interesting. I want to talk to you, become more familiar with the literature on transhumanism and disabilities. Do you think, I'm hoping to formulate this in the best possible way, do you think that somehow, in the history of transhumanism, somehow authors have committed a bias of ableism in the literature?
Sorry, I can hear you not very well, but if I understood your question correctly, you are asking about ableist assumptions in the transhumanist thought, no?
Yes. Do you think, from your point of view, that has happened?
I consider transhumanism as an ideology which can be useful at the same time, which is somehow, dangerous. And it depends on which version of transhumanism we want to elaborate further. And as I mentioned, I consider classic version of transhumanism as seriously dangerous version, which fuels an ableist culture, and that's why I relate it even with eugenic history, right? But on the other hand, I consider Euro-transhumanism as a great possibility for humanity and for disabled people as well. And that is why, as I tried to prove in my presentation, I think that the weak version of transhumanism is much more stronger than classic one, because it, on the one hand, it is about development of human of powers of humanity, but on the other hand, it doesn't have this bad tendency to eliminate disability and disabled persons. I hope I answered to your question, because
yes.
Sorry, I hear you not very well.
Okay, thank you. If there are other, there's time for a very brief one. Okay.
Yeah, great seeing you, Marius.
Hello, Stefan.
And looking forward to seeing you already next week in Paris already. So.
Yep.
No, it is also like taking the plurality into consideration, when it comes to disability, like deafness. No, there is on the one hand the deaf community is split. 50% says no, deafness is a disability, and 50% says it is not, and it's simply a difference. And then, the issue is, why should a third person then stand out and say, you are something, and not rather ask the person themselves whether they regard themselves disabled or not, and how they want to be, and how they individually want to deal with the situation. I think that's sort of, I guess that might be one of the significant elements, no? Would you agree to that?
Once again, I can hear you quite actually not very well, but Stefan, I agree that some people of deaf community, they say that they need some assistance, right? But on the other hand, there are some people who claim that they consider it as a difference, and they want to be as they are. And I think that it's not only a moral issue, but it's also political issue. Because we are, I hope so, and I think so, that we are all liberal Democrats, and we have to respect that part of deaf community which claim that they want to be as they are. They don't want to be, to fake or something like that. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Marius. Fortunately, we're out of time.
Thank you.
To the last speaker in this session, Agustin Sanchez Cota, paper titled Julian Huxley at the Crossroads of Eugenics and Transhumanism. Okay, so Agustin, a PhD candidate at the University of Cordoba, Spain, specialized in philosophy of technology. He conducts critical and political analysis on contemporary human enhancement discourses. He had previously researched on philosophy of religion and theory of proof, has obtained a 5-year humanities with philosophy degree from the University of Cordoba and a master's degree in philosophy from the University of Granada. He has also studied at the University of Ferrara and the University of Sassari in Italy, and more recently at Oxford University and University College London through student exchange programs. Please.
Well, thank you so much for that kind of presentation. And also, I would like to thank, first, obviously, the university, and obviously, as well, the Association of Post-Human Studies for organizing this wonderful conference. And, of course, all the attendees here. This is the last conference of the day before the keynote speech. Thank you for bearing all these presentations. Okay, so my presentation is called Julian Huxley at the Crossroads of Eugenics and Transhumanism. I'm going to tackle what I think is one of the elephants in the room on transhumanism, which is basically the possible ties with the eugenics movement. We have already heard about how complicated can that issue be and how morally relevant can be. We all know what is transhumanism perfectly, but before transhumanism, obviously there was another pro-enhancement movement, and it was eugenics. Eugenics' core belief was basically the idea that only some births were valuable for the enhancement of the human species as a whole, and the idea was to encourage or force those people to reproduce as much as possible, and the others not to. Now, transhumanism, I'm paraphrasing some of the definitions that comes from Max More and also from the transhumanist frequent answer questions about accelerating the evolution of intelligent life, enhancing human intellectual, physical, and psychological capacities. Now, going very quickly on this, on the issue of eugenics, there is a big debate in bioethics that is called the human enhancement debate. And in the human enhancement debate, we have normally three positions. We have the position of the transhumanist in favor of enhancement. We have the moderate positions. We have the bioliberals that says that some forms of enhancements are available and are okay. And finally, we have what the transhumanists call the bioconservative, the detractors that reject any forms of enhancement. I'm talking about, well, we have on the spectrum Nick Bostrom, Max More, and in the middle, maybe I could mention John Harris, Julian Savulescu, for example, Nicholas Hagar. In the detractors, we have Francis Fukuyama and Julian Habermas, and also Michael Sandel. Okay, so the thing is, on the issue of eugenics, all these three positions, they have one common agreement, and it's the agreement of liberal eugenics, which was actually coined by Nicholas Hagar. And the agreement is basically the following. As long as parents are enhancing their children in the way they see fit autonomously, there are no problems with all eugenics. All eugenics is not related with transhumanism whatsoever. So from that common ground, we need to tackle new issues with transhumanism, but not the old issues. We can abandon them. And also at the same time, it is important that when we read transhumanist accounts of their own history, we realize that normally the eugenic movement, it's not mentioned, avoided, or simply mentioned that the transhumanist movement aligns with liberal eugenics. Now, historians of science specialized in the history of eugenics disagree, quite frankly, with the argument of liberal eugenics, especially Alison Bashford and Diane B. Paul, that I quote here in their works, Reprogenetics and the compilation, that's the second book on the screen, Crafting Humans. They have different arguments saying that actually reproductive freedom was conceived and advocated during the history of eugenics by the very eugenicists. So that kind of argument was there. And then there is also philosophical issues regarding eugenics and transhumanism, and they've been pondered by Susan Levin in her book, Posthuman Bliss. She basically says that there are three kinds of reasoning that are in transhumanism that resonates with eugenics. One is supplanting or controlling Darwinian evolution. The other one is enhancing rational and social skills. And finally, using a public health discourse to advocate for this enhancement. There is one third problem, and it's the problem of Julian Huxley, which for some transhumanists is the intellectual father. Julian Huxley coined the term transhumanism, but at the same time, he was a fervent eugenicist. So we have three problems with this issue. Now, then are eugenics arguments working in transhumanism beyond the parallelism that we have established? Do we have the same moral issues of eugenics in transhumanism? So my take is that if we dive deep in the history of science, we can find the answer to this question. So that's what I'm going to do very briefly. I'm going to outline the foundational ideas and belief of eugenics, the development of the eugenics movement, and how is Julian Huxley's philosophy of transhumanism in the context of eugenics. Well, so regarding the foundational ideas of eugenics, the thing is, the origin of eugenics is quite entangled with theories regarding the origin of humanity. And according to historian of science John Bowler, all the theories regarding the origin and evolution of humanity presume an idea of human progress, from primitives to white Europeans, straight away, all of the theories. Now, The Origin of a Species, published by Charles Darwin in 1859, challenged and shattered this idea completely. Why? Because from Darwinian evolution, we basically take that humans are simply just another animal. Though Darwin didn't say anything about that in the book, but it was a common implication. Alfred Russel Wallace, 5 years later, who worked closely with Darwin in the idea of natural selection, he adventured a new progressive narrative of the origin of humanity. He said, okay, well, during history, we don't see how we are physically changing. We don't see a physical evolution of humans. Maybe natural selection is not affecting us anymore. But that is because our cognitive and social skills are driving human progress and evolution forward. And from there, it can be taken that human enhancement goes by enhancing social skills and enhancing cognition. This is the beginning of that idea. Now, Frances Galton, just 1 year later, published Hereditary Talent and Character, and he assumed that cognitive and social talents were innate, linked together, and therefore, if you understand people that have good social skills and have reputation in society, then you can assume that there are great intelligence behind them. So it should be encouraged for those people to reproduce as much as possible. Now, we can see kind of like a liberal argument of encouraging some kind of people to reproduce more. The idea that we mostly associate with eugenics, although Francis Galton is the coiner of eugenics, but the idea that we mostly associate with eugenics came from William Raymond Gregg. This essayist started from the point of Alfred Russel Wallace from his essay and basically said that, okay, so social and cooperative skills have developed what we could call now welfare politics or well-being politics, healthcare, and all the measures that we have in civilization to protect each other. But the problem is that That is the cause of lack of biological improvement in humanity. That natural selection could still improve in humanity, biologically speaking. However, it's not because we are protecting the most dependent member of society, and therefore we are not letting the survival of the fittest to happen in humanity. That's what he will argue. Francis Galton, in Hereditary Genius, in just 1 year later, he continued his previous thesis, but also he advanced the following argument. He said, humanity actually develops its environment as much as possible, and it's not developing human nature, and there is a gap between those. And the future of society, the well-being of society, it's going to need greater intelligence on behalf of humanity. And therefore, it is an encouragement, but also a bit of a need to enhance humanity through reproduction. Greater intelligence is needed. Galton also includes Greg Fierce in this book, in Hereditary Genius. So in this sense, most of the arguments of Levin and the arguments of historian science are basically correct. It is true that we can see controlling natural evolution in eugenics. It is true that we see in transhumanism. It is true that we see also in transhumanism the enhancement of cognition and social skills. And we see that public health discourse, we see all of that in transhumanism and in eugenics. And also, from the point of historians of science, yes, in the first work of eugenics, autonomous encouragement to reproduction was emphasized beyond coercion. Actually, in these works, hardly a work of coercion you could find. Now, eugenics, it's coined by Galton in 1883 in Inquiries into the Human Faculty. He argues that he can understand what is the variety of human faculties, what are their worth, and therefore how to create a greater distribution of the worthiest human faculties, speaking about vigor, social, and moral abilities alongside intelligence. And he talked about creating a sense of religious duty. But this is very specific. In Victorian society, religion was considered to be the major influence of marriage patterns, and marriage will be the preceding event to reproduction. So if you could influence marriage patterns, then you're influencing reproduction, but also always in a discourse that mostly endorses encouragement. The thing is, at the turn of the century, 20th century onwards, Anglo-American eugenic associations, they were founded on this basic idea of Galton, but their work and propaganda concern more eradicating social evils and therefore establishing, first in the soft area, marriage restriction laws, the first one in the US, Connecticut, 1896. In the middle ground, sterilization laws, and in the extreme ground, reaching, of course, the Nazi regime with forced euthanasia and forced sterilization. And this was the most of the propaganda and education done by the Eugenic Society at the time. Now, on those first 3 decades of the 20th century, while the Anglo-American eugenics movement were developing this, genetics was also appearing. And the majority of geneticists started to argue that all the human faculties were polygenic and multifactorial. And these scientific terms mainly means that polygenic in the sense that there are many different genes that interact and that combine and that they create the human faculties, but also the interaction between those genes and the interactions with the environment. So we cannot talk about inherited ability, inherited intelligence. Environment modifies well enough all these human faculties. And it was Hermann J. Müller in his pamphlet Out of the Night, written in 1936, where he ponders a new eugenic argument, which is the contrary to Greg. And the argument was, if we give environmental equal opportunities, if we give everyone the same access to education, to healthcare, then we can clearly see a greater distinction between what we believe are good genes and what we believe we are bad genes, although such a thing doesn't exist. But at that time, they believed that would be the possibility. Now, this version of eugenics, it's called reform eugenics. And the thing is that this version of eugenics is Julian Huxley eugenics. Julian Huxley endorsed at the beginning mainline eugenics and then move onto reform eugenics, and he created a philosophy that it's very intriguing in the light of reform eugenics. So, for the work of Huxley, on top of working on his own books, I have recently read these books that is on the screen, written by historian of ideas Ingrid Dunner. It's been released, I think, 3 months ago. Julian Huxley, Evolutionism and the History of Transhumanism, and it's a very good reading. It's very well written, and it has my strongest support. It's a very good work, probably the best work on the philosophy of Julian Huxley. According to Dunner, in this work, Julian Huxley creates a philosophy of evolutionary progress. He creates a new narrative of human progress that attempts to give a new interpretation of natural selection. And the idea is basically the following. Natural selection leads a species to have a greater control over the environment. So adaptation is seen in this interpretation as having greater control over our environment. The thing is, I have talked with a few evolutionary biologists about it, and as far as they believe currently, there's no scientific issues with this interpretation of evolutionary theory. But Huxley kind of like promotes a theory of humanity that resonates a lot with William Wallace. And the idea is the following, that the mind is the greatest tool to control human nature and the nature in itself. So for Julian Huxley, natural selection continues through the mind, and in the mind, through accumulation of knowledge, we can control the environment, and that's how we have built civilization. And that has been the second phase of evolution. Julian Huxley had he considered there were a few problems at his time. One was the need of organizing knowledge under a scientific ideology. The other was, as Galton, coping with the needs of our modern world, especially after the Second World War. Huxley will argue that, to quote a specific example, we humans are unable to understand the intricacies of the atomic bomb. And therefore, we need to expand human intelligence. And also, Julian Huxley believed that human nature hasn't evolved at all. And therefore, animalistic instincts and violent behavior is still attached to this human nature. We need to overcome it. And it's in this context of needs where he coins the term transhumanism, which implies increasing our well-being, that's Muller talking through him, and controlling external nature in his philosophy, and enhancing ourselves to also control our internal nature, to transcend the human nature, and therefore get rid of Ingrid Dunner calls it the problem of the human beast, the problem of our bestiality. And that is an outline of Julian Huxley transhumanism. So the thing is, this is something that Dunner doesn't cover in her book, but it is clear that Julian Huxley transhumanism, it's a philosophy for a doctrine such as reform eugenics, because they both are advocating well-being. They both advocated them. In fact, if we read Julian Huxley's essay, we see clear away that he advocates for he advocates for enhancing the well-being of humanity by equalizing the environment for everyone and by giving great access to education, healthcare, and opportunities. But then at the same time, Julian Huxley advocating controlling human reproduction in an encouraging way in order to overcome human nature. So the work of Dunner continues this genealogy and of Huxley, and she's able to link the initial transhumanist thinkers like Timothy Leary, Robert Ettinger, and FM 2030 with Huxley. And therefore, from her point of view, you can establish a link between Huxley and them. But this work that I'm presenting here, I think, clearly presents the other link, the link to the past, that we link Huxley to reform eugenics. And therefore, a bridge between reform eugenics and transhumanism could be established. And Julian Huxley is literally at the crossroads of eugenics and transhumanism. However, having said that, the questions of this research does transhumanism entails the moral problems of eugenics? Well, actually, the truth is that eugenics was developed in an environment where we had racist, classist, nationalist, and ableist biases. And they were influenced eugenics from the very beginning. And therefore, the problem with this is that they kind of like muddied eugenics. And they took the idea of encouraging reproduction through these biases. And at the end, they end up enforcing coercion. What about transhumanism? Well, the thing is, maybe transhumanism is growing up in a kind of the same environment, which is our current world. And therefore, my question will be rather, no, I think the question is society ready to embrace transhumanism or not? Because if we are not ready, if we are still professing these prejudices, then we truly we can repeat the errors of the past. But it's more the prejudices rather than transhumanism in itself, on my point of view. There is also one final problem, and with this I finish. Philippa Levin and Alison Bashford, in the introduction of the handbook, of the Oxford Handbook, History of Eugenics, the best manual on eugenics, they argue that the main problem of eugenics is that human enhancement was about an external good. It was about the future of humanity. It was about the best society for the government. It was about the best way to have a good life. And in that sense, what they're basically saying is that there was a sense of human instrumentalization. Human reproduction was instrumentalized. And this is something that transhumanism, in my point of view, should avoid. And avoiding talking about things like maybe a post-human society, which can be a goal to which we can all feel the pressure to enhance, so often speaking. And that's my after going very deep into the history of eugenics, this is what I consider as an informed opinion of the relation between eugenics and transhumanism. This is part of the literature. I'll leave it there in case anyone wants to follow that. I would like to thank you for your time and your attention, and I will now take questions from you here present and also online. Thank you very much.
We have a question in the back. Anyone help us with that?
So, for me, whenever we talk about eugenics, there is always this idea of do I have a choice that comes to my mind, right? Do I choose to enhance myself? What's the degree of pressure, so on and so forth? And I think in any sort of social situation, there is a pressure to be of a certain standard. Like, we have a pressure to have a certain level of education in order to be in a certain place, to have access to certain jobs, so on and so forth. So then, at what point do you draw the line between socially benefic pressure and the pressure that eliminates the individual?
Okay, excellent question. Thank you very much, Andrew, for your question. Bioethicists at the end of the 20th century, talking on the issue of reproductive technologies, some of them consider that when you have reproductive technologies, like for example, you have fetal screening, and then you can do law allows for a a later the position of what are bad and good birds. And therefore, the mere fact that we have enhancing technologies, it's already a form of pressure. That's what some authors will say regarding eugenics. If you ask for my take, I think that is correct, but also I feel that society can move on. I feel, for example, if we recall the famous case of two deaf people who wanted to have a deaf child in the US, they were overcoming this kind of pressures and saying, oh, actually, no, we want to use in vitro fertilization to have a person that is deaf, because we live in cultural deafness. And so I think society can overcome these pressures, but the majority of authors will argue that the mere existence of the technologies creates these pressures.
Follow up to this.
So,
these pressures, you're utilizing them with a negative connotation somewhat. It's like something to escape from, so on and so forth. Are these pressures necessarily negative? Let's take a form of enhancement, vaccination, right? Vaccination is dreadfully helpful. Many people disagree with this, which is epistemically problematic, but it is dreadfully helpful. So should we, I don't know, like, for example, being clean when going out, going to school as a mandatory obligation. These are all forms of social enhancements that we are forcing people to do. So given your stance then, there seems to be, in my understanding, a sort of drive to escape the pressures that oblige you to do stuff. Would you rather say that we should have willful rebellion against these sort of social conventions indifferent of the things that they facilitate? Because this is my problem when it comes to discussions about eugenics, about epigenetic enhancement, about any form of enhancements. Like, fine, I can agree they can be problematic, but where do you fundamentally draw the line between something that engaging in a pressure is helpful for you versus problematic?
It's just one thought, if I may. 50 years ago, students at universities still had the choice to write handwritten exams. Nowadays, it is obligatory for everyone to use a computer and to submit their papers on a computer, typed, probably on the internet, on a platform on Moodle, so that it can go through Turnitin. They don't have the choice to say no. Is that a morally problematic obligation? Just highlighting the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. So the authors in the history of eugenics, especially Diane B. Paul, they argue that the difference is autonomy, that we value autonomy, especially in the case of in the matter of reproduction, and so yes, in theory, from that point of view, the argument is in the history of science, at least in this field, they argue from escaping coercion at all costs. Yes, that will be not my take. If you ask for my take, I will go straight drawing the line to germline interventions. Why? Because in germline interventions, we are probably imposing changes to an offspring. And therefore, that's a next level of coercion. Environmental coercive approaches can be reversed. People can rebel. People can accept them willingly, but germline interventions are imposed. However, I agree, and with this I finish, that obviously parents impose a lot on their children already without changing their genetic pool. Yes.
In China, there was a genetic vaccination against HIV. Whether it worked, sort of the physician claimed it worked, was resurrected in 2 cases, in one better than the other. Let's say it works on a reliable basis, exactly that procedure, and you do by means of a germline intervention modification, you basically make the offspring immune to HIV as well as all the offspring of the offspring. So you're saying that is a terrible intervention?
Okay, so scientifically speaking, the work of Jiang Qiuhe created the problem of genetic mosaic. So as far as I know, those 3 children are under research constantly because they don't know how the genes interact with their environment. And they have current revisions of their health because we don't know the consequences of the uses. So that's one issue. And
I'm saying if it worked on a reliable basis, that was one of the reasons.
Could you repeat that again,
I
Professor?
said, so let's say we make it work on a reliable basis.
Yeah.
And if that was the case.
I didn't understand your question.
If the germline intervention to make someone immune to HIV is being done on a reliable basis.
Right, yes.
Would it then still be terrible?
No. And
then you suddenly find the germline intervention, vaccinations enhancement.
But I can invoke the distinction between therapy and enhancement here. The literature agrees that germline therapeutical interventions does not have any moral problems.
But that's not a therapy.
Curing a disease.
This example is not the curing of a disease. It is an enhancement because what you do is not, the person is not HIV positive, but you do provide the offspring with a genetic setup which makes them immune to HIV, which is not an enhancement and not a therapy.
Can I modify my answer very quickly? Professor Sonia, I actually agree with you. The literature on bioethics says that if it's attending to a disease, it's therapeutical. But actually, for example, I believe vaccinations are a form of enhancement. And also, Jiang Qiuhe, I quote him that he wrote on Twitter a few days ago, at some point, humanity will no longer be under the control of Darwinian evolution, following the same lines of eugenics and maybe on a transhumanist frame. Thank you very much.
This
was excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the talk.
Asta nu mai prin